There we go. Boom. What's up, guys? Good morning, good morning. How we doing, guys? Good to see you. Very nice. Very nice. You're nice. Detonate dead. Detonate dead, huh? Rolling magma. I hate this skill. Armageddon brand, huh? Okay. Bone Shatter. That's what I want to play, man. I want to play Bone Shatter. The new league hype is real. I think I'm going to try Detonate Dead, guys. I want to play Bone Shatter, but Bone Shatter got nerfed. Yeah, another reason why I'm thinking about playing Detonate Dead is it's people keep saying that this is the last time that you can play it. So we're going to play hardcore SSF. And Detonate Dead is Elementalist, right? Which one is the Elementalist? This one? Does Witch turn into Elementalist? Is it Witch?
She makes herself an orphan. Learn well the lessons that Ray class will teach you, Witch. It is your only hope of finding your way home.
Okay, well, I'm not going to break any world records in speed, but let's get familiar with the game. Lixie, the new league is on Friday.
The very sand shivers with malice. There's a power here that welcomes me.
Okay, so I can't move, so that's not good. Oh, there we go. Okay, there we go. We're good.
The dead will soon rise for me, not
Okay.
against me.
24-minute Act 10 run. Yep. Okay, so I know here we run to kill Hillock, right? Pretty sure his name is Hillock. Okay. We don't want to kill anybody, really. We just run for the boss, right? Mule Templar, everyone does that. Why? Am I supposed to start Templar? Yeah, but I'll be back to last Epoch though, guys. Don't worry. Okay, so okay. Okay, so when I start, I don't know what this means. Do I want to migrate? I don't get it. Anybody know what this means? Well, right, but I don't think I'm going to do the full run here, Karamon. I want to just learn. If I die, it's okay. I don't mind restarting. Okay, so let's create a character. You said start. I'm sorry, which one? Templar? What did you say? Mute Templar. Templar is this one? Alright.
Soul to serve God and the order of the Templar.
Give me gem.
For years you built a life upon faith, only to smite it asunder with one sinful blow.
Okay.
Even death gives no solace in this tortured.
Why start Templar? Because I think the first reward gives you something that you need, and then you switch. So you have to beat Hillock, right, to put it in your stash? Can I just face tank this guy? Can he even kill me? I have a mana potion. Yeah, Karamon, I want that. Thank you. Give me that. I'll take any advice that I can get. I'm so bad at this game. Trying to get good at this game, but I suck.
It would seem my God has no need for my company just yet.
My cam is covering my HP. Thank you. Boop. There we go. Easy fix. No, I'm late. Yeah, ghost walking. You missed 30 seconds. You missed 30 seconds of gameplay.
Be well.
You're way behind.
Fine work with Hillock.
Do I want any of these? So then you just grab that. Okay, he gave me a regular expression here. Copy it. We go here, purchase, and we purchase. Wait, what are we looking for here? What are we looking for? Blue sockets. So So like these with life, for example, this one. Blue, 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 or blue, blue, green. So this sucks. I got unlucky. Oh, story of my life. The hat is good.
Still alive. Farewell.
How do you... Is there... Okay, control left click and last epoch is shift right click. May God have mercy on my soul, man. May God have mercy on my soul. Why does it have to be actually... Why does it have to be... Iron Greaves? Fuck yeah, dude. I have Fireball already in, man. I already walked up. No, I'm good. I already have everything. I already walked a hillock. Remember you told me to start over? What build do I intend to start with? I'm thinking about going Detonate Dead.
I need more mana. And I thought I'd be a dead woman by now.
Tai Killer already in Act 2. Guys, I can't, like, I'm not saying this as a joke. I'm not saying this to be cute at all. I really don't know anything about this game. You can literally treat me... Okay, it's control... Dude, why is it... Dude. I can't believe that they used the complete polar opposite commands, man. What, like, why did they do that to us? Why?
Fine work with Hiller. Welcome.
So this, for example, 4 life rarity with blue, blue, green. You want movement speed on your boots. Well, I don't have any other... Oops, I don't have any other better options, it looks like. Blue, blue is fine. Sell the junk. No. Okay, so elemental, rolling magma. Go to the girl,
Greetings.
buy the second wand. – What do you mean? Go to Nessa. Purchase. Buy the cheapest wand. The cheapest wand. What are you looking for on the wand? Like what are we? I thought we were looking for blue sockets. Oh, okay. Oh. So this one, the 1 to 3 damage to spells. This? Oh, okay. So you don't want sockets on the wand. So I go like this then. And I play like that. Oh, you can dual wield wands. Oh. I've never played, if you couldn't tell, I've never played an archetype like this ever. I played Tornado Shot and I played Bone Zone. So I've never played a witch before.
Yes?
You sent me something to help me practice. Okay. Thank you, Boiler. Okay. Guys, thank you for all the subs. Kalok, Gorsisu. Okay, Alrakaz. Did I get even close? Gifted 10 subs. What a god. Frankie, Claudio, Dad, Mr. Ect. Thanks for the subs, guys. Okay, so what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna delete all these characters and do it again. Okay, thank you. Let me delete these guys and try again. Let me try to do it 15 times faster. So delete. And then delete. Create. Here we go. Go. Templar.
To serve God and the order of the Templar.
God damn it, Palsteron. Everyone, I guess, came from Palstron's raid. You don't want to be here. I super suck at this game, man. Palstron, thanks for the raid, man. Of all the times you could have raided me, I'm practicing the first 5 minutes of the game, guys, because I suck. What's up, guys? Rax is a racer, so judge him. What's up, guys? We all suck. Guys, I learned 5 seconds ago that you can dual wield wands. I didn't even know that. Didn't even know. Can I just stand here and face tank this guy? I mean, this isn't the gauntlet. Okay, he hits kind of hard.
It would seem my God has no need for my company just yet.
Thanks for the raid, man. How's it going, buddy? Are you excited for the league start? This is gonna be a rough one. That's exactly right. Okay, so we're looking for triple blue if we can find it. So all of these are bad. Can you search for movement speed? 3% movement speed on a... I assume that we don't do that. Are we dual wielding wands here? Hi Daisy, how are you? It has it, okay.
Why do the keen of mind seek to satiate their curiosity in darkness and depravity? Innocence.
The very sand shivers with malice. There's a power here that...
Where's the speed run timer? We don't want to turn on a timer for this. Trust me. Thanks for the raid, Palstron. Appreciate you, buddy. I'll get you back. This league starter would be Detonate Dead. I've never played it before, but everyone says that this is by far the best build in the game, so... And I think everyone says that with all the attention it's getting, it's 1000% getting nerfed next season, so this is the last time to do it, so...
Be a dead woman by now.
Alright, so we go over here.
Fine work with Hill.
Take rolling, I don't want that. I want rolling magma. Then we go purchase, paste, and we're looking for triple blue if we can see it. So I'm not seeing it. And I'm also not seeing it here. So do we buy nothing? Is all this bad?
Stay sharp out there.
I saw what you did to Lion Eyes. What?
And we're looking for flat, like this one, flat spell damage. Do we need two of them since we can dual wield them? So should I buy this one with the flat spell damage on it? Always flat damage. Okay. And then do I need, should I buy another, if I don't have another one, if I don't have another one with flat damage, do I just not buy anything?
Be well.
Looking for flat spell, so this is good. And then I guess this one in the other hand or something, since we don't have anything good. So then we go rolling magma and this, and then just sell everything else. Would you ID the medium life flask already, or just go? You would keep it? So you would ID it and use it? Okay.
Away fish. There's an island a hop, skip, and away.
I guess if you don't even have an item, you... Why can't I put this on? Oh, because I'm selling. I guess it's better to wear something than nothing, right? Okay, like that. Oh yeah, I ripped the flask. I sold elemental proliferation. It's right here. Okay. Okay, I don't know what my build is. Let's see. Okay, it says go up this way. Oh, gotta start back here. Okay. Don't wear body armor until a boss fight. It gives a movement speed penalty.
Just
It
like our
does.
sisters upon the pyre.
So what's the appropriate... I'm playing hardcore. Am I supposed to be trying to kill stuff or just run through? I'm playing hardcore. Only fight blue packs. You're not racing, wear the body armor. I'm definitely not racing. I suck at this game. Oop. How many monsters there are here. Can I have this scroll of wisdom? I don't even have a loot filter. Do I need a loot filter for leveling in this game? I guess I'm going the wrong way. I gotta go down, right? I'm scared. Is there a good detonate dead hardcore solo loot filter? Who makes a good one of those that I should follow? Oh, these are the birds? These are the birds that kill everybody, right? So like these birds are gonna kill me? So I'm dead here, right? Rolling magma, I can't level with that skill. I can't either. The skill sucks. Did I skip something? I feel like I skipped something. Didn't I have to go get like a medicine chest somewhere? Did I mess it up already? Yeah. Didn't I mess it up? This is the correct path. You go back now. You go back now. Okay. Here? No. Here? Oh, okay. Should I be picking up all these scrolls of wisdom or just YOLOing forward?
I think this ray class will serve.
Then you log out, right? You log out. I remember that.
I'd almost stop believing.
Okay. Quicksilver, certainly.
Goodbye.
Right?
So,
Do I check the vendor again with the same regular expression? Oh god, I don't know. Detonate dead and start leveling? Start leveling my detonate dead or what? Flame wall, flame wall. Okay. Okay, I don't even have a hat. A hat's got to be better than no hat, right? Maybe this will actually have something on it. Buy Holy Totem the red gem.
still alive.
Are these good for the boss? Because the boss does cold damage, right? Should I buy these cold res movement speed boots? I skipped a gem reward. Okay. Okay. Okay, these don't have flat spell damage on them. Oh, this has flat spell damage. 26 strength, though.
Made any progress?
What little help I can offer.
What do I get here? This thing again? The green one? Should I buy this? 1 to 4 fire damage to spells. Should I buy this? It's got three blue as well. Okay. This is the goat wand. Okay. What about this? This is also triple blue with 2 to 3 damage. The implicit gives flat damage. Okay. So when I get one, should I use like an, what's it called? An alt? No, not an alt. A transmutation that makes it into a magic item to try to get more flat damage when I get one for this? Yeah, obviously I would mirror it. If I found a mirror, I would mirror this level 6 goat horn, right? I have an orb of chance. You're right. Fuck it. Boom. Hey, we did get flat damage on it. And we got increased spell damage. Easy.
While we live, we are blessed.
Alright. Easy. Now it's time to die. Okay. So now we go forward. Oh, I missed a reward.
Still alive, are we?
Oh, nice. Can I teleport now with this? Sell my 3 life flasks? All 3 of these? These? That I'm wearing? Why? How am I going to heal myself? Oh, it gives you a better one? Oh. I thought Boiler's trying to get me killed over here.
What little help I get.
Oh, yeah, that's a nice one.
While we live, we are blessed.
Get the totem. God damn it, man. There's so much shit to do.
Hello.
Jesus Christ. This one?
God hasn't abandoned us.
The totem fries? Alright, let's see. Totem. Oh, yeah. I love... Dude, I'm never casting Rolling Magma ever again. Oh, yeah. I'm done with Rolling Magma. Fuck it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is nice. We're supposed to kill blues. Ow. Rude. There's so many people subbing. Now Destructor, Arakas, Ymix, Godmilla, Samsung, Ling, Bomar, Crintal, 2 years. What a god. Bomar with 22-month resub. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Do I even have a belt? Do you guys ever stop to farm anywhere, or do you just run forward only? Put up flame wall. only pause to kill for magic packs. But does that logic still apply for somebody new in hardcore? Goat horn, these are the things that we want, right? This looks like a super boring Diablo. This game is pretty incredible, my friend. You gotta give it a chance. I mean, the graphics are way worse, but this game is also 11 years older than Diablo 4. Actually, 10 years older. What level am I? I'm 8. Okay, it says keep going this way. I'm following the Maxroll Detonate Dead League Starter Guide by Tripolar Bear. Is that one good? Is Tripo a god of POE? Can I trust him? Yeah, I understand that you're supposed to put the flame wall in front of it, but currently my totem just kills it by itself, right? I don't need to give it extra damage right now because it kills everything. But yeah, like as we get further. This guy is rude. Excuse? Okay. I can put on that WAN that I have now, right? It was required level.
I need more mana.
I don't like these guys. Rude. Can I just skip him? Okay.
I'd rather burn than call such a place home.
You know I'm affiliated with Maxroll, but you'd never consider using it for POE builds and guides? But I mean, Maxroll's got some pretty good players writing the guides, though. I mean, Crouching Tuna, Palsteron, Tripolar Bear, Grimrow. Aren't those some of the best? Those are the ones writing the Tai Killer. Those are the ones writing the guides. Ow. Rude. What I'm noticing about PoE is a lot of these monsters are very rude. Like, I'm just trying to play, and they keep killing me. What the hell? I'm not gonna lie to you. I was looking around for the sort button. We don't have sort buttons in this game. Yeah, we're lucky. Put the large mana flask into my belt. Thank you. May I have this? Can I just go or what? Guess the answer is no. No thinking, only running. N9? What does that even mean? Oh, I was on my tornado shot guy, I needed to unbind a flask that I would never press. Oh. I was wondering, I was like, this Quicksilver flask sucks. Doesn't even do anything. I forgot that I... There we go. Ow.
Fate smiles with sharp teeth.
Okay, I don't even have a belt. I guess that one, right?
Much clatter.
Heavy belt has, if I remember right, that has, oh, I thought it had. Oh, it's better than mine, right? I'm thinking about going detonate dead for my league starter. Thinking about it. Tell you what, I'm not feeling very tanky right now. I'm definitely not feeling very tanky. Okay. Okay. I don't know where to go. Oh, here. All right. Bama is easy leveling. Is that... Okay, I've heard of this before. It's like Blink Arrow... Mana Arrow or something? Mirror Arrow. Oh god.
When I'm ready, and not before.
I need to enable that cast while moving thing. I don't have that on. I don't have the right thing on this. God, I don't like that guy. Who the fuck was that? Jesus.
So easily.
Who was that? I almost died because I didn't have the, I didn't have the right setting on. Yeah, I know. Blue, red, green sells for a chrome, right? I wasn't going to get rid of it. Just trying to make some room. Is there a waypoint somewhere here? Wait, did I have to grab that recipe? Do I have to grab those books? Oops.
With some.
Uh-oh, what do I do here? My guess would be combustion, but... I guess... Okay, combustion. Okay. Okay. So this is a goat horn. Should I try to make this better? Let's see, what do I have here? That wasn't very good. Oh well. That wasn't very good. Oh well.
Hello.
I tried. Chance to poison. I don't know if we need this. What's this? Can put. Do I have a portal? I can take those. Okay. Clarity. What do you take here? Clarity?
I've traveled. Stay sharp out there.
What's better, Frostflink or Flame Dash? I guess Flame Dash is cheaper. You're probably supposed to use both. Where is the music? Yeah. Sorry, I forgot. Bod Killer, Delgar, Zarthus, Krintal. Thank you so much for the subs, guys. Oh no, not this game. What's wrong with POE? Thank God, health stuff. Okay. Well, I'm still alive. Buy rings.
Yes?
The cold res ones for the fight coming up. Cold res. These two. What about an amulet? What's the best kind of amulet? These look terrible. Vitality.
This is for your own good, sister.
Find another way. Do we go up, maybe? This way? I think I can see why you guys say to not kill the yellows. Because they have so much health, right? Guess none of these? Maybe these? What league starter am I going to go with? I think I'm going to go Detonate Dead. If I can figure it out. That's not what I wanted to do. What I wanted to do is go Bone Zone. I've never played Detonate Dead before.
The sirens appear to be dining well. When I'm ready and not before.
Frankly, till we meet again, perhaps.
I don't know why, and maybe this is not true at all, but I feel tankier now. But I'm not sure why. Maybe it's just a complete lie. Maybe it's just my imagination. My number 2 skill is the totem. Dang it, I went every wrong way. We have to go back to Fairgraves, right? Did I need to do this quest or no? Should I have done that? The All Flame? Okay. Oh, I have to fight him? Rude. I just did you a favor. Didn't I just do him a favor?
And that's how you die properly, sailor boy. No half measures, thank you.
Is this maybe a moment where we log out and go back to town? Because he dies in the end. Oh, okay, thank God.
Mervale dwell.
He deserves it.
Still alive.
Yes?
My boots are already fine. Oh, I'm in purchase? Oops. Do I need to do a dirty job? Or travel to the flooded depths? Do I need to do that? Dweller is a skill point, okay. Where is that ahead of me or behind me? It's behind me. God damn it!
When I'm ready,
Way behind, okay. Submerged passage, okay. So I messed up here. So that's where I came from. You done messed up, Aaron. Is there no Balaka here today? I swear to God, if you guys say some silly ass name. Excusey. It's always down and left. Okay. Okay, so I should have done this quest earlier, so I messed up. Yo, dude. How many wrong ways are there? Wah.
Farewell.
Yes. Is there Google Maps for this game? Tell me where the hell to go. This has cold res on it. But this also has cold res on it. Oh yeah, I forgot. That's what they call Turbo HUD, huh? You want to know an interesting fact? I never used Turbo HUD. Like, I never even installed it to even try it.
Life complicated.
Never used Turbo HUD. Never botted. Watch Carve's 50-hour how to know map layouts. I was thinking it was going to be 60 minimum. It's only 50. Guessing I'm going the complete wrong way again for the 300th time. Detonates nearby corpses. That's probably not good, right? I got nothing out of that. Oh yeah, are strongbox is like useless in the campaign?
When I'm ready and not before.
Wait, are those the things that I have to talk to? Is this a crafting recipe?
Calm is gone. Our king has taken our finest 500 warriors and descended into the depths of Raxxanterax. He spoke to us of a vision, a gift from the ancestors. Calm has been deceived. The vision was a gift from the Black Spirit. It has conquered Calm. The Black Spirit has conquered ready her canoes. We will take those that are left, 500 forgotten families, and carry them back to their true homes. Back to Namakanu. Khan's promises have led us into mud. Irene will lead us back to the dawn.
Take the iron rings. What do iron rings do? Okay. That's not what I wanted to do. Hi Terry, what's up?
I barely recognize. Poor fishwife. Was love that did this to you.
Hi Jules, how are you?
It's nice to see there's still some life in this twitching corpse of the continent.
Oops. Went all the wrong ways. Wham. Volley support to rolling magma makes it better. Does it? I'll do anything to make rolling magma better. People still POE in 2024? Do you have an ARBG in mind that's better to be playing in 2024 than POE? If you have one, I'm all ears.
Just make life complicated. I am Yin.
What, can you guys see my hair or something? No Rest for the Wicked on the radar for next month? It is. I'm thinking about doing a full playthrough of it if you guys would like to watch it. That's like the Dark Souls ARPG. If you would like to see it, then I'll do a playthrough. Man, I don't know, POE. Last Epoch, when I get close to the waypoint, it just gives it to me. But in your game, I have to actually click it. You gotta give me the waypoint when I get close, or I'm gonna get mad. Do I need to go this way? Do I need to be here? Fell Shrine Ruins. Left first is best. Okay. I go left first. This way?
Ready, Exile? It is time to hunt. This
Not this guy. My favorite part about that guy is his laugh. He says like, "Hello, furry friend. We're gonna take good care of you until we kill you." And then he goes, That's my favorite thing that he says.
one is captured. I now will take it.
I don't know. I feel like I'm so bad at this game. I just don't know what to do. I'm just running forward, killing stuff, hoping that I'm doing stuff. Left click move only, sir. I don't press left click. Left click is not a button that I ever press.
You are captured. Stupid beast.
I just described every ARPG ever. I can tell you for one thing, I look at, if I'm playing like Diablo 3 or something, or Diablo 4, even at some point last Epoch now, when I'm playing those games, I know exactly what to do at all moments, pretty much. Here, I'm just totally clueless. I played it before. It's not my first time playing the campaign, but too many things to know. It locks the door? Rude. I guess the idea is to stagnate the blades, or what? Stagger the blades.
There is a fine line between consideration and hesitation. The former is wisdom, the latter is fear.
I click it? Okay. Did I already miss a trial? Oh no, there's a trial you said behind me. I mean, let's go this way, because the moment that I don't go this way, it's going to be the right way. I can't do the wrong thing if I do the outside and then the cream filling, right? I can't do the wrong thing if I do that. I don't know what those are, but I don't like that. What build is this? We're gonna go Detonate Dead. I've never played it before.
That thing, it slaughtered
What's the best way to use X mouse? You don't have to use X mouse anymore for movement, because they got rid of the right click, or they got rid of the cast stuff on left click tech, right? They got rid of that. So I don't think you need it anymore. Ow. Rude. What do I need to do here? Okay, talk to this girl.
Piety was up.
Meet her in town. Herald of Ash, Herald of Thunder, Herald of Ice. Anybody have any ideas what to do for that? Let's see here. Herald of Thunder and Herald of Ash, both. Apparently I need Thunder and Ash. Okay, punchy skill goes there.
Travel far.
These have life on them. Let's see here. Can I need a good belt. My belt sucks. Can I do this? Because now I've got a lot more life now, so that's good, right? Fire damage over time multiplier and fire damage. This seems pretty good. This seems pretty good, right? And everything else here sucks.
I gave the piety led us.
I have
Greetings.
Yes.
Make it fast.
Okay, well, I don't know about any of that stuff. Talk to Helena in my hideout.
All right. Go with courage.
Use the crafting bench. I would love more life. Quest complete. What am I doing over here? Going for this. Okay.
I could hardly.
I'm playing on hardcore right now.
Troubles you.
Trying to practice. And if I die, it's okay. I deserve it. Okay, so I'm supposed to buy Herald of Thunder?
If you must.
If we dream big,
Greetings. I greet you.
Here, maybe? Alright. I can't even buy it. Do I have to have... Oh, wait a minute. Currency, do I set it to... There we go. Now can I buy it?
My help is yours. Remember to live.
Okay. So you guys said left first, then straight? You said straight ahead now, right? Have I decided on a starter? I think I'm going to go Detonate Dead unless I hate it. Which I might hate it. We're going to see here in a moment. I think you can go Detonate Dead at 28, right? I'm 19 right now. Zara, Black End. Thank you for the subs. Trunks. Did you review my Asmongold review of my video? I didn't. I heard that he watched it. I saw a few bits and pieces of it, but I didn't watch 90% of it. What was his take on it? Did he like it? Uzi G, you're my favorite ARPG streamer. Appreciate your dedication and honesty. I wish you continued success with your content and streaming career. Well, God, that was a nice message. Thank you, my dude. I appreciate it. Good to have you here. We'll try to keep it rolling, man. Bro, who cares what Asmongold thinks? Well, I would say mostly everyone on the internet cares what he thinks. He's the big boy. Do we kill them all in hardcore, guys? Kill all the bandits or what?
your trouble.
It's kind of disappointing, really. I usually like rats.
How many hoodies do I have? 974. Okay, now we go this way for the trial.
ready and not before.
I'm a 19 in a 16 zone. Is that bad? Am I playing like an absolute garbage ass noob? For hardcore, +3 is fine. I'm guessing this is going to block me the whole way up. And I have to go down, would be my guess.
Land learns to heed my demands.
What type of damage, guys, is detonate dead? Is it physical damage? Is it fire? Okay, I got physical fire, physical fire, fire. That sounds good, Kirk, yeah. I don't have a softcore character that can party with people in Last Epoch, so we could make brand new characters. I don't have a character that can team with anybody in Last Epoch. But I can make an endgame character in a few hours easily. Forge Guard with Elizabeth. Oh my god. I mean, all right. I mean, if she just wants to carry me. I don't know where to go. I'm just pressing buttons and running. Has there ever been a single player ever in the history of this game that actually pays attention to the traps? Or does every person just run through and pray like me?
Shine boldly so that all may find you when the night falls.
It's all just praying.
That would just make life.
Ready, Exile? This land is
Oh, this guy again?
When I'm ready and not before.
Forge Guard. What am I gonna leak start? I'm thinking about doing Detonate Dead, but I have to try it first. If I hate it, then... Thank you for that control click hint. I don't know where I'm going or what I'm doing. Am I going the right way? Kill the blackguards. Okay, I remember that. Okay, I'm remembering now. There's a spider here and there's a bandit here, right? Both. And I have to do I have to do the spider, right? Because I did the spider in the... Okay, so we're doing the spider first, I guess. I wonder if this amulet's any good. 21 int. I guess mine's a piece of shit. Probably better than mine. Is int a multiplier for my spells? Or not really? Now the other way for the bandit, right? Okay, it gives me some energy shield and it gives me... Okay, thank you.
I caught some rat.
Put the firewall... I keep putting the firewall on the wrong side because I'm terrible.
You missed a valuable lesson, sister. Never.
Let's be.
Oh god. Faster casting, maybe? Faster casting? I don't know, man. Wah. Supposed to get added lightning damage. Added lightning support. Elemental focus is used. Is added lightning here choice? Nope. Elemental focus is going to be used for something at least. So let's take that. Int and life? That seems good, right? Life, dual res, but no movement speed. 39 life. Just trying to live here at this point. I'm losing a bit of movement speed, but at least I'm not gonna die. Of course, now that I said that, I'm guaranteed to die. Here's more life.
Hello.
Greater life flask. Okay, so let's keep that. I need this. So now I go here and I go up, right? Wait, is this right? Yeah. I go this way, right? Probably spread the resistances out a little bit. Go to Act 1? Okay. Yeah, I need to go to Act 1 to get the quest. You're right. I forgot. Fry him down, boys. Grand life flask. Okay. Yo, that guy's a little bitch. Guy died instantly.
No time for avaricious little despots like you, Oak.
That was the easiest one of them all. He didn't do anything. God damn, what is happening? I don't know. What was that? Was that lag or something? Or was I stunned?
That would just make life complicated.
I thought you were
Ice Nova, Scorching. None of this? I have no idea.
Quite a stranger there. Damn me.
Okay, pick up iron rings for crafting. I remember that one. Goost. Thank you so much for the sub, man. Use TP when you're stuck. Okay. This guy is not invited to my birthday party. Where do I go? For the love of fucking God. I ran everywhere in here. God damn it. Oh my fucking God. Jesus.
How fascinating.
This guy again? Is this guy a god? Get off of me. Zizrin says there are hints in the game that show you where to go, but after playing for 300 hours, I still don't see them. Yeah, I mean, if they're visual hints, then I don't see them. If you have to read them, then, well, now I know why I don't know what they are. Reading is something that I cannot do. I'm thinking about going detonate dead. Tony is here, man. Thanks for the raid, buddy. How you doing? What's up? Three of these? Are you fisting me? The door cannot be opened at this time. Deal with the bandit lords. Didn't I already do that?
Fare you well. Nothing like travel far.
What has... There's one... Keep your life.
I dreamed. Be kind, if you can.
Alright, what do I do here? Oh, I never know where to go. Let's try this way. I'm sure it's going to be the wrong way. Yep. Okay, let's try this way. Yep. Jesus Christ, man. Wait, could this be the right way? Nope, of course not. I forgot the fire mastery. Oh. This? Or what did I miss? This? Yeah, people have told me that Detonate Dead is a 2-button click build. I might try it here for a bit and then say no thank you. 2 buttons? I can't even play 1-button builds, man. A macro makes it a 1-button build. Do people play with that? Do people play with macros that make it a 1-button build or no? Okay, so for the passive. Thank you. You can do it early, Jeebus. If you have enough favor, you can do it early. Sure. Just the reason why I called it kind of an endgame prophecy strategy is, well, if you don't have that much favor, you could buy 113,000 favor prophecy, and that's all that you have. Which is, there's nothing inherently wrong with that, but... Where did the boss go? No.
clatter.
I don't mean to.
Okay, we want the essences, right? Essences are godly.
Too much clatter.
Life dual res. What is League practice? Well, the new season of Path of Exile starts on
That would just make life complicated.
Yes.
Friday. So I'm not very good at this game, so I'm trying to practice a little bit ahead of time so I cannot embarrass myself. But let's be honest, I'll probably just embarrass myself anyway. Int Life. This is a helmet. This has Int Life as well. This is almost exactly the same thing as this. This has armor and evasion rating. I'm guessing that's... I don't know. It's about the same thing. I don't know. Need to set my essence affinities. Okay, don't know what to do. Go outside and you run around. There's like sewers, I remember. What league build am I starting? Might go Detonate Dead. BT is here. BT, how you doing, buddy? Koshim, did I say that right? Thank you for the prime. Gentai, you really enjoy the content? Thanks for saying that, man. Appreciate you. Run to the crematorium and do the trial. Oh, looks like I went every wrong way again. Trial is level 33. The trial, or you mean the first? You mean the first lab? The trial can't be level 33.
When you build something like this, you make persecution a way of life.
A Glassweaver bauble. Two of my auras fell off. I don't know why. I'm thinking about doing Detonate Dead. I'm not going to make the decision until I actually try it. We get Detonate Dead at 28, apparently. So we're almost there. That guy's invincible. Let's just skip him.
There she is, my work in progress. Let's see if Rayclast has been good to you, witch.
Who am I fighting? Okay.
Enough of this.
I didn't do the trial, did I? As games, do you mean advance? As games advance, they become more physically inaccessible. Do you mean like they become more difficult to play? Is that what you mean? Or what do you mean? Or do you mean physically inaccessible like you can't buy a physical copy? Is that what you mean? Trial Town, Clarissa, back to the sewer gate that I passed. Oh god. I passed something that I was supposed to pay attention to? Jesus.
Allow your wisdom to be tempered by the flames of the...
Tolman's dead.
Oh, what the hell? Oh my god, no.
Be well.
Bring me back
That
something
would
not
just make life complicated.
Nope, not reading.
What is it? Be careful.
Listen, I walk. Have fun elsewhere.
Victoria, stay out of the shadows. They bite.
27 life, Excusey? 27 life, Excusey?
That would just make life complicated.
You thought POE had better graphics than this? POE 1's graphics, we don't talk about POE 1's graphics. The way that we talk about POE 1's graphics is we say POE 2 is coming. That's how we speak about POE 1's graphics. Out of all the games that have graphics, POE 1 is certainly one of them. POE 1's graphics make the first grader drawings that you post on the fridge look like Rembrandts. I got a 4-link green. Something just messed up. Sorry guys, let me fix this. There we go. What the? God damn it, dude. There we go. Now we're good. No shot. The graphics look just fine. I think it's best not for me to engage in this topic. POE 1's graphics look fine. Is my camera shaking? Yeah, we're having an earthquake in Nebraska. The first one ever recorded. I'm scared. Did I get all of the sewer things? Did I get them all? What's wrong with POE? Nothing is wrong with POE. We're just talking about POE's graphics. POE's graphics are, yeah. They're there. They exist. Forward to the catacombs. Okay. What's this? The marketplace? Do I go here? Run forward? Don't fight here? Okay. I don't know where to go. Let's try this way. Here, have a totem. There is nothing in the marketplace. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. Oh, a yellow ring? Okay. Okay. Doesn't look very good, but it's got to be better than this, right? Okay. Okay. Okay, let's go this way. I don't know where I'm going. Lay a totem, run. Lay a totem, lay a firewall. See how they like that. Catacombs, easy. Easy. That scroll of wisdom, by the way. Picking up scrolls of wisdom is not beneath me. Not at all. You want to know, that reminds me of a funny story. I don't think I've ever told this story on stream. It's not really a story, but anyway. When I was in high school, Mountain Dew and Pepsi were doing a promotion where if you got 1,000 bottle caps and you redeem them, you would get a Mountain Dew Halo 1 mini fridge. And Halo 1 was one of my favorite games. I said, okay, I need this in my life. And I was sitting at the lunch table and a bunch of my friends wanted one as well. And we were thinking about how do we get 1,000 bottle caps? And then, of course, kids buy Mountain Dew and Pepsi all the time at lunch. And I remember I asked one of my friends, Nick, I said, is it beneath you to walk up to all the cheerleaders and ask them for their bottle caps at the end? And he looked at me and he responded to me like that was the most shocking question he'd ever been asked. And he said, like, there's no way in effing hell he's going up and asking all the jocks and the cheerleaders for their bottle caps. And I slapped him on the shoulder and I said, all right, Nick, well, one of us is going to have a Mountain Dew Halo 1 mini fridge and one of us isn't. I'm probably going to have more friends than you as well. So every day at lunch, I just walked around and I said, hi, when you're done with that, can I have that bottle cap? Literally every single person gave me their bottle cap, got the mini fridge in a week. All right, what do I do now? Okay. Imagine being so much of a bitch that you're too afraid to ask the cheerleaders for their bottle cap.
That would just make life complicated.
Imagine being a bitch. So I got the mini fridge. It was an absolute piece of shit. It broke in like 2 weeks. I plugged it in. I put some Red Bulls in it. Used it for 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, it was dead. So then I just threw it away. The quality of it was the worst. Yeah, I should have kept it broken. It probably would have been worth a fortune. I can't remember. Did I get this waypoint? The skill tree looks so insane. Take a guide, copy it. Easy. Until you can get comfy with the game. Stay west, go docks. That's all you need if you don't need levels. Yeah. I'm level 28 in a 27 Is that fine for hardcore or not really? Or is that garbage? Where's my playlist? Exclamation playlist.
I'd love to see the insides of this spell. I can't abide how this work.
Damn it. Give me the armor scrap. Thank you for your video for today. It really helped me. You're welcome, dude. Glad to hear that. Am I going to be starting hardcore or softcore? Hardcore.
I need more mana.
I'm going hardcore.
You are not a cockroach. The cock
I
that
like-
died. You may go. What is it?
I don't know this one. That's not what I wanted to do. Spell damage, cold res, dex. Guessing this one's going to be better because it's got a resistance on it. Strength or dex here? Oh, thank God.
I awoke, feverish and barely conscious. I set to drawing these maps through the sable hour. By morning, my fingers ached, my eyes burned, yet still
Okay.
I found no rest.
I'm guessing I go... Town, sewers, thank you. 30 life on these. Mine have 39 life, though.
The Gemling Queen, now you must leave me.
What is it?
Actually think I'm going to switch them. Just so I can get some more sockets going here.
That would just make life complicated.
I can go detonate dead soon, right? I thought you could go at 28.
Everything dies.
After you do the lab? Oh, talk to which lady? This lady? Solaris? Or where? Oh.
What do you want, not a cockroach?
$28, it's Arma brand. Should I be using that? Should I be using Arma brand instead, whatever the hell that is? Can I already get it, or do I need to unlock a certain thing first? After this boss, okay. Pretty sure I remember this guy. This guy is right up here and he does like a fire thing, right? Pretty sure I remember this guy. If I remember correctly, this guy is not invited to my birthday party.
My place is at God's side. Where will your journey end, Exile?
So now I can do it?
You are the true spirit of the...
Shit, man, I don't know.
Talamoana.
Come over here.
Who's got it?
Bring me back something nicer.
Dude, replace rolling magma? You don't have to tell me twice. One orb of chance? Are you fisting me?
See you.
Despite goodbye, Exile.
Okay, is there a recipe for an orb of chance?
What is it?
Does she not have an orb of chance? Oh. This?
Bye.
And then she's the one who...
Hello.
She also sells the gem, right? Trust me, I'll give you my entire life savings if I don't have to play rolling magma anymore. I will put the largest wiener in my mouth, a real jawbreaker, if I don't have to play that godforsaken skill anymore.
Hello.
Go to the Lunaris Temple. Guessing that's from here. I don't even know what this skill does. What does it do? It just lights them on fire or something? Okay, it drops a little meteor on the ground. Is that a unique? Unique quiver. Dog shit like always. Orb of fusing. Let's go, dude. You would level with Arma until yellow maps. You don't switch to Detonate Dead? When do you actually play Detonate Dead though? So I should have picked up the unique because it sells for an Alk shard? Okay. Wait, were those slippers? Slippers, excuse me. Slippers could have movement speed on them. Or they could have absolutely nothing. Also.
You either master nightmare, or it masters you. When I'm ready, and not before.
I don't know which way to go. Let's try this way.
Of all the worlds you could have conquered, you had to choose mine. Such power wasted on a feeble imagination. I'll mourn your passing, sister.
Go to Act 2 and buy Wave of Conviction. That's true. I didn't even check what my links are supposed to be. 63 life on the boots. Excuse? Okay, something's going away. Frostblink, you're out, buddy. Sorry. Excuses? Yeah, move speed and life.
Wherever he.
Wow.
Piety. Have fun.
Sometimes dreams do come true. This is dual res with more res. It's probably actually better than this one, right? How good is this wand? Yeah, I think about now is the time that I should actually probably go spend some currency on my gear. Damn it, dude. Let's see here. So here it says what I should do is Armageddon brand, proliferation, combustion, and added lightning if I can get it. Then I should be using cremation. Yo, it wants me, yeah, wave of conviction with flammability. The problem is, I guess I could put it here, but then it wants me to drop my totem. I don't want to drop my totem. I don't think my gems are anywhere near good enough to switch anything. Like, how am I going to switch anything with this situation with how few gems I have? Yeah. I don't think I'm going to do it right now just because I don't have any sockets. That thing's better than my totem. But my totem is literally everything. My resistances are actually, like, capped. I don't know how, but probably because I've been focusing on picking up every single thing with resistance. Put life on my rings, if I can. Anything that can get life. Probably going to keep these for a while. What's my lowest res? It's lightning. I don't know what to do with the passives. I like this build because it's going for so much life. Love that. Here. We will switch. Fire damage to spells and the wands. Okay. But I'm still wearing my wands from Act 1, though. Should I be spending money on my wands from Act 1? I mean, look at my totem, man. My totem just one-shots everything still. I don't understand. Why don't we just buff the damn totem? I don't have the totem linked to anything. What if I just link shit to the totem and just ran around with a totem the whole time? I mean, it might not be good on bosses, but it would absolutely shit on running through these zones. Excuse me? Die? You guys die? Man, dude. I should give POE a break, 'cause it's a 10-year-old game, but... Man, dude. Sometimes you have to click the buttons 3 times before it figures out what you're trying to tell it to do. Work with me, POE. Work with me here. Shouldn't yell at a 10-year-old game, but come the fuck on, man. Kind of like looting in Last Epoch. Last Epoch has those moments as well sometimes. Not as many as POE, in my opinion. I think POE is... It eats my inputs for breakfast sometimes. It's the one thing that Diablo 4 obliterates POE and Last Epoch in. You press a button, it does the button press instantly. No questions asked. Which is why I'm so excited for the new POE 2 engine. Please, if I press a button, please just do it. That's all I want. Isn't it like a GCD from WoW? No, I'm talking about like I'm trying to throw an item on the ground. I click on the ground and POE doesn't throw the item on the ground. It's like, what? I'm not even talking about like a skill use. It's anything. Trust me, if you play all 3 games, you're gonna notice it. It's fine. It's not like unplayable, but work with me, POE. Help me. Help me, POE. Help me. Bone Zone is still viable. That is, well, it depends on your definition of viable, but I'm sure it's still viable. But okay, did I get them all? I keep pressing T, but T is not a command in this game. T is not a command that does anything. In Path of Exile, can you hit T to go to town or no? Or Path of Exile 2, I mean. Can you hit T to go to town or no?
Need some help.
POE 1, they're adding a button. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Make life complicated.
I'm confused. Oh, I was supposed to take this a long time ago. Oops. I suck. I can't read. Lit 50 life. Oh my god, yes. Oh my god, yes. Fire penetration. I don't know, fire penetration? I have no idea. That's where we can buy everything. But once again, I don't have any sockets in my gear is the problem. So I can't respec until I have some sockets going, right? Trial of Ascendancy is somewhere here. I don't know where that is. Let's try going this way. Nope.
An emperor must know precisely where he stands.
I don't understand. Thank you. Okay, so now we could do the lab. Okay, should I do the lab immediately? Should I wait? What's the play here? Should I do the boss first? Grab the next waypoint and go do the lab. Is there a waypoint in this area? Yes, but it's out of the way. Well, I run the wrong way all the time anyway, so I'm sure I'll run right to it instantly. Check by pressing U. Scepter of the God. Kanai has a walk. So maybe it could be in this zone and I missed it. It's on the 3rd floor, okay. Went the wrong way. Okay, I found it. Okay. Trying to figure out how to get there. Okay. No more Last Epoch content. No more. I will never play Last Epoch ever again. I've thrown my last detonating arrow. I will never return ever.
The Lady of Justice doth preside. Justice will prevail.
I've thrown my last epoch. There's very good XP in this zone. Okay. So you can like fry here a little bit.
The weary traveler draws close to the end of the path. Some things that slumber should never be awoken.
Always top right. Like every floor, you mean?
Show me your resolve.
What's this guy doing?
You were born for this.
Feels like my damage absolutely blows. I'm lagging, man. Jesus. Oof.
When I'm ready, and not before. I need more mana.
I don't have Frost Blink. Wah. I don't know why. I'm lagging way worse in this zone than in the other zones.
When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation. To entertain the emperor beckons, and the world attends.
I have Flame Dash, but I lost. I have Flame Dash.
No two battles are alike. You were born for this. This empire remains filled with emperors in waiting.
Bro, that sounds like... This looks like a lot of work, man. Can I go a different way? just looks like a lot of work. This also looks like a lot of work. God damn it. I just go in, fuck it. There's fire, but oh well. Full fire never hurt anybody. Except it probably kills like hundreds, if not thousands of people per day. So I guess that's not true.
When I'm ready, and not before.
Yeah, vampires don't like fire. Good point. Oh my god, more fire. More fire. Flame dash doesn't work over terrain, does it?
An aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor must keep those promises. The empire awaits you with open jaws. Accept no impasse. I die for the empire.
I need more mana. Too much clutter.
All right, it's a win.
You are worthy. Before the goddess of justice, you are worthy. Receive our blessings, embrace our gifts, and rise ascendant. For
What should I do? Should I transfigure a gem or give 2 quality to Armageddon brand or what? Always transfigure. Okay. Transfigure it. Craft. Oh, it's not a skill gem. Wah. What should I transfigure? Flame dash? Is this a skill gem? I don't have a gem with me. Can I buy one? Hex Blast? Summon Chaos Golem, Spark of the Nova, Raise Zombie of Falling. They probably all suck. Let's take that one. I have no idea. Alright. What do we do? Elementalist? Shaper of Flames, right? Shaper of Flames? Evolved Kiwi, Jonathan, Spellamera, Mikey. Thank you so much for the subs and the primes, guys. Let's see. What does Tripo say? He says get Elementalist, Shaper of Flames.
Feed a storm with savage intent, and not even the strongest walls will hold it back.
Oh. $66 life. Alright, we're finally getting rid of the damn totem. God damn it. I love this totem, man. But I'm not going to give up 66 life. This has 10 life on it, but 10 life is dog shit. When it says add something to attack, it doesn't count, right? To attacks doesn't count. And if it doesn't say that it adds it to... cast speed, spell damage, lightning damage. This has 4 sockets. I'm going to wear this just to start picking up the sockets because everyone's screaming at me that don't got the right shit on. This is a minion WAN, so that's terrible.
Need something?
Looks like all this stuff sucks. Yeah, Totem can come back. Alright, let's attempt to actually make the right build for once. Let's attempt to make the correct build.
Watch yourself.
Okay, so what I'm supposed to do is I'm supposed to link cremation. So first of all, none of this stuff is even linked. These don't need to be linked. So let's go here, here. Herald of Ash and Vitality are gone. Let's just go to the library here.
My knowledge.
Okay. Determination. Can't... Dude, I have to actually have the currency with me? You hate to see it, man. Why? 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 Jeez. We'll never know. I already have Herald of Ash. Why did I buy this? That was stupid. That was a waste of currency. Okay, what I need now is I need to link Wave of Conviction with Flammability. Then if I could, so now we need, this needs to go away. We need cremation. Too expensive. All right, let's just go with that for now. I think you're right that I should have enchanted both of my wands. Is it worth putting this on both wands, the fire damage to spells? Is it worth putting both of these on 2 wands? You're going to swap to a shield soon, so probably not. Okay. This one's the better one, so let's put the fire damage on this one. Let's just put it on that one then. We need to find an orb of chance so we can... You wanna know what? Honestly, I'm just gonna get rid of all of these. I know you could buy it from an NPC, but I am just not gonna do that. I don't want to give up another fusing. Diablo, how are ya? I'll keep the Frost Blink. I'll keep the Elemental Focus too. Let's start leveling the Elemental Focus, by the way. Can put Frost Blink, or we can't. Let's just keep these two.
That would just make life complicated.
Okay, now it's boss time, right? I didn't want my Essence Man to be super buffed by Ghosty Boy. That is not what I wanted to have happen. Imagine Essence Boy being buffed by Ghosty Man. That is not what we wanted. I should start leveling Desecrate. I got mad because I ran out of currency to buy stuff with. Auras, auras. Thank you. I have 0 mana. Love that. I saw that the bridge collapsed, and that's because a boat was in the water and lost power, right, and ran straight into the bridge or something. Okay, this guy does stuff. I just can't for the life of me remember what those things are, but... No, you have to kill him twice. I know he does like lightning. He's like lightning boy or something. Maybe he's bleedy boy. I don't know, man. I'm just gonna run around.
Of God, Exile.
Okay, we weren't even fighting the boss there.
The touch of God. The touch of God.
Something hit me really hard there. I don't like whatever that was. What was that? Whatever that was, I didn't like it. I think this might be the exact right thing, by the way, that I need for my... Did a big slam? Yeah, he did. He did a big slam. Okay, well.
No one will cry for you, Dominus.
Played bad, but won anyway. You hate to see it, but...
You have not. Of course.
Now that I'm a POE legend, am I going to start releasing videos? I'm going to do you all a favor and not release videos. No, I will, I'll make videos when I know what the hell I'll make videos on any topic that I actually know what the hell I'm talking about. But until then, no, I will do the world a favor and not make videos. I do plan to be a super ultimate grandmaster of POE 2. So you can ask me anything that you ever need for POE 2. There is a very high chance I will know the answer. My effort level, if that game is good, will be terrifying. Like, does anybody have a point of reference for me? Like, it feels like my guy is really strong, but I have no frame of reference. Is my guy really strong or not? I just killed that bird in like 2 seconds. Feels like my guy is frying. Where are these birds at? Feels like my guy is frying here. I think this is actually what we want. Is it that right? No, green, green. So these are not the right sockets. Let's see, it's half armor, half evasion, so getting double green could be possible. How many chromes do I have? Let's try it. This is close. That's it. Okay, let's alch it. Dual res with life, whatever. Now I can actually make what I need. So I need elemental focus. The totem is gone. This time it's actually gone for real. Cruelty, lesser multiple projectiles, and cremation. Okay. Colossal life flask that actually does something. I'll take that. It says 27. Alright.
I have seen them.
I guess I could try... no, it's not that important. Just do it later. When should I switch to a shield? When should I switch to a shield, guys? Now? When you get the twig shield? Goodbye, totem. God, you did so much for me. Thank you. Well, let's take out all my currency because, you know, we're going to the library. My chest is perfect for cremation. Yeah, that's what I was going for there. I was trying to make a good one. Okay, so it says cremation for the love of fuck, man. Oh.
Let's speak again soon.
Yes?
Goodbye, fusings.
See you.
Yeah, see ya, Clarissa. You have all my fusings.
It's so...
Okay, so we have the 4 link there. Then another thing you guys said that I must have is Desecrate.
Go with care, friend.
Desecrate the ground, summoning corpses, and then you summon the corpses, and then you detonate them with does Wave automatically cast flammability when I have him linked? No, they don't. God damn it! There's so many buttons in this build. Guys, I need to run forward and press one button.
How do I keep ending up in
Why are
such
there so many buttons here?
I need more mana.
Travel to Highgate? Wasn't I already in Highgate? Kill the boss. Kill the boss.
Thaumaturgy just keeps getting the better of you, doesn't it, Cole?
Downtime. Wait, POE's going down?
Be careful.
Downtime. Wait, what?
Seems like. Well,
That's it. Installing POE. Oh, wait.
Please. You come.
What do I say when POE's the one screwing me? Oh, I don't know. Literally nothing. This all sucks.
Just make life complicated.
I am Tassun. Ice the gate. You've done yourself proud today, Exile.
What do you need now?
I need more mana.
this'll do nicely, Exile.
It likes me.
Mew, 47-month resub. This guy's a god. Almost 4 years. Thank you, my dude. Kiwi, thanks for the prime, man. Hog is here. Hog, did you bring your audience over here to learn how to not play POE? Because if so, you guys came to the right place. What's up, man? Playing some Path of Exile, trying to not be garbage, but it's not going well. Do I like Last Epoch or POE more? I think POE is the more... It's just the more complete game right now. But it had 10 years of development. What's going to be better? POE 1 now or Last Epoch in 10 years? Maybe Last Epoch, so... Kind of not a fair comparison, but still... It will probably be last Epoch. Last Epoch has been out since 2019. No, it hasn't. Last Epoch launches when it launches, not when its beta starts.
Bye-bye.
Find the spirit in this zone. The previous one? This one? Okay. Find the spirit. Find the spirit. You're never going to learn how to play this game. It feels like a lost cause. You can absolutely learn how to play this game, buddy. You can learn how to play. It's just going to take 10,000 years, but you can learn. Looking for a spirit here. Hello, Mr. Spirit. Where might you be?
When I'm ready and not before.
I don't know where this is. Let's try this way. Is it this guy? Him? I don't get it. I did the whole zone. I did the whole zone. I'm in the wrong zone. Oh. Is it behind me? Oh. Oh. Okay, let's go this way. Dude, I get lost everywhere, Hog. I got no idea what I'm doing. Getting lost is my middle name. Rax lost Exile. That's not what I wanted to do. Got all those mirrors, doesn't know the campaign. Oh god. Do I sell the blacksmith stones? I sell these to get scrolls of wisdom, right? Is that the play?
Yes.
I'm gonna sell it first and then I'll ask chat. Okay, thank you. Immunity to bleed and corrupted blood. That seems incredibly useful. Triple res on the helmet. The triple res seems useful.
Yes.
But don't underestimate how lazy I am. Vendoring it anyway. Yeah, I think the helm was better than mine, but then I'd have to fix the sockets and stuff. That sounds like a lot of work. That sounds like a lot of work, man. So in Path of Exile on the gear, or in Path of Exile 2, are the sockets not on the gear? So if you just get an upgrade, you can just put it on.
There's so many more trap spirits in this place.
God, that's gonna be so nice, man.
Their shred has. You will be remembered.
Ta-da!
That would just make life complicated.
So you're looking for a 5-socketed gem. Okay.
Of course.
I remember this almost killed me in the gauntlet. This was terrifying for me in the gauntlet. Can I put a link of the build? Yeah, it's just the Maxroll Detonate Dead Leak starter. That's what I'm looking at right now. You can, Boiler, yeah. That'd be great, thank you.
When I'm ready and not before.
Superior Bone Shatter. Oh my god. Why did Grinding Gear Games do that to me? That was so rude.
I need more mana.
That was so rude. Imagine nerfing the skill that I wanted to play and then dropping a superior version of it for me. That was so rude. I don't know which way to go. Let's try up. Okay, let's lay this down. Boom, boom, boom. Blow them all up, boys. There's a lot of Poombas in this zone. This one adds fire damage to spells. It's corrupted. 81 life. It's only got one socket and it's corrupted. That's not. It's no good, right? I need to be able to put some sockets on there. I don't know where I'm going. Let's try this. Okay, did we win? Guess we can gobble up some XP.
A battle worthy of song. The way you fight reminds me of how it feels to be possessed with the ideal of victory. Is your passion enough to climb a crown?
Those guys are getting fried.
Swords is nothing. Cannot defend his crown. Almost adequate.
This guy healed so many times.
Sorry to have to break this to you, Duressa, but she's not real.
Okay, so let's take that, and then what? Okay. $69 life with some resistances on it. How much life does this thing have? Like 0. The odds of me getting the sockets that I need on that were pretty much 0.
Yes.
This is Flyleaf, yeah. Her kids go to your mom's school? Hell yeah. Alright, how many minutes do we have? 10 minutes? Oh, that's an eternity. Does POE have force move? Yeah, you can bind your force move key to this and switch it to move only. So it works.
So this is what
If POE didn't have force move,
I hope they're not all like me.
that you, yeah, I would, there would be a lot of complaining from my end.
I need more mana.
Take him down, boys. Secutor. Helm. Skullhead. Well, I found the biggest, most worthless piece of shit ever. Four minutes. I better run.
When I'm ready and not before.
That helm used to be really good and then they nerfed the shit out of it. Now it sucks. That's an oof. Okay, keep going all the wrong ways, man. Fuck it, I'm gonna fight him. 1 minute to kill him. It's good content.
I need more mana.
I don't even know what this guy does, to be honest. There's fire literally everywhere. He's dead.
That's what you get for losing your temper, cow.
What do you want?
Hey, these are the exact right gems that I need. So they said it's going to be down. They said it's going to be down for 15, like 20 minutes or something. Chess? All right, let's play chess. Let's see if we can win any chess games. Can you guys let me know when it's back up? Let's just harass him and take like this. This guy's good. This is a huge threat. Oh, he can take with the queen. Unbelievable. He could take with the queen. This is a massive threat. Boom. If he takes with the queen, he's dead. If he takes with the queen, he's lost. Gobble that. If he pushes, I'm just going to go here. Can I do something like this? No. This guy's good. Now he can take. No, he can't. Never mind. Take that. Check. Okay, that's one. That guy was good, actually. Let's just harass. Okay, we can take like this. Oh, I hung this. This is hanging, thank God. Didn't see it. Might get checkmated here. Let's, we need to break this open. Let's take that. Take. Take. And then here, and then we can push, right? Now we can push. Okay, let's attack the queen. Let's go here and then defend the pawn. Attack the pawn. If I go here, right? This is a good move, maybe. This guy's good. Who are these people? Oh, we could just take this, right? That was a mistake. Yeah. Okay. Let's go here. I'll take that. That was a mistake. I'm bad. God, I'm bad. Fucking this up royally. It's a win, 2-0. Even if I take this pawn, I think I'm going to lose. These two pawns are going to be stronger than the rook. His king's way too offsides. As long as I can push these without losing them, this rook is not going to stop these two pawns. Decky, the dog, Dat Boy, Zanolo, the Wild Knight. Thank you so much for the subs, guys. Okay, 2-0. See, these guys are very good. I played very bad at the end of that game. This is a very complicated game. I don't know what to do here. Let's just attack the knight. Just back up here, right? Might have been able to take that. Might have been very strong. Can I just go here? Oh, I just blundered my queen. I forgot that the bishop was here. Let's complicate the position. We're going to keep all the pieces on the board. Could take that, but again, we're trying to keep all the pieces on the board. I'll take that. So now he's starting to blunder. As long as we keep the pieces on the board, maybe rook here is very strong. This is checkmate. I need to block the checkmate. I see that. Let's take this and play a check. And then let's double our rooks. Oh, this is hanging, by the way. Fucking God. Let's go here. Oh, this is mate. Oh, he missed checkmate. He missed the mate. It's an... I blundered my queen and still beat him. Imagine being down a queen and still winning. Imagine being down a queen. Let's go here. I'll take that in castle. Let's go here and take like this. Let's go back. Who are these guys? Who are these guys? Free knight? All right, I'm stopping. 4-0. I'm retiring. 4-0, retiring. Four and 0. Can I has a play Path of Exile? Can I has a play? I'm going to do hardcore SSF in the new league. Can you make a guide on how to play chess? Move real fast. Take the pieces and move. Let's play some Minesweeper here. Let's play some Minesweeper while we wait for POE. Kind of weird timing by POE, right? Fixing stuff in the middle of the day. I guess it's not in the middle of the day in Australia or New Zealand, wherever they are. Let's play some Minesweeper. All those are bombs. So this can't be a bomb. Or could it be? It could be like this, right? No, it can't be like this because this needs 2 bombs. So this has to be a bomb. Let me make sure. Yeah, that has to be a bomb. And this means this isn't a bomb. So bomb open. Okay. These 2 are open. Huh, this is hard to calculate. So this has to be a bomb, right? Let me calculate this real quick. Well, I think both of these have to be a bomb. This has to be a bomb, which means this, I think that's right. Yeah. Minesweeper is too hard of a game, man. This game's too hard. Another super hard thing. Jesus Christ. So that means this has to be a bomb. Why is this so difficult? I need easy games, like whatever happened to like Chutes and Ladders and stuff. We don't have to think. So this is a bomb and this is open. Okay, that actually tells me a lot. Oh. There's more to the... I forgot. There's more to it. Oh, God. Oh, God. So this is open. Oh. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. This has to be a bomb. Wait, what? Oh, oh, it was a bomb. Or wait. I just clicked the wrong button. I meant to... Wait, what? No, they're saying this is wrong. Oh. I see what I did wrong. Oh my God, I'm so stupid. I'm never playing Minesweeper ever again. Yeah. I fucked up. I'm bad. I'm never playing ever again. Zizrin's doing an interview. All right, let's listen to that while we wait for the game to come back up. Okay. Let's listen to this interview. Can I turn off this sound? There we go.
And you don't really want to like run your other breach scarabs, you don't have to, and maybe because the tree's investing in it. And then when you find a rarer one, a rarer scarab, you might
How's
do
the
maybe
volume,
two
guys?
of these, one of those and one of something else, and you know you can. There's heaps of like combinations and mixing and matching that we expect people to do.
Very cool. All right, we'll look at another one. Breach New 2. Will always belong to Chayula, limit 1.
I'm going to take Callie to go potty real quick. Be right back.
Nice.
Yeah, so this is one of those examples of a rarer one, and you might want to occasionally use this, especially, well, you're probably going to want to use this when you're also fully investing in everything else possible with Breach.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is expected that you kind of like. I would expect people not to use too many of these ones without also being fully invested into the tree.
Yeah.
And that's again where the multiple tree comes into play. But again, if you can either save it for later if you do want to like maybe change a tree later, or if you just don't want to run it for that league, just trade them all away or 3-1 them. But I suspect 3-1ing higher rarity ones is not going to be something you really want to do. It's more of the things for the lower. The more
Yeah,
common
so
ones
you
for sure.
can 3-1 one of the lower ones and get lucky and get one of the best ones.
Yes, you can. I'm 99% sure of that. I'm just trying to think if we did that. I'm pretty sure, yeah, it should be fully random. It's like, obviously, it's still rare, but yes, you can get lucky and get that, yeah.
Let's look at the Breach New 3. Contains a Breach Lord. So that'll be on every breach.
Yes, it will be in every breach. So yes, obviously you run number of breaches, you then get Chiola, and if all of them can be Chiola, you then get a Breach Lord guaranteed in every single one of them, and then obviously again combined with the tree, now you're just obviously getting metric tons of splinters going on there of Chiola type.
Awesome. Moving on to the next one, Breach 4. 50% more splinters, 50%. Oh, and the class plans also give 50% more splinters, and a limit of 2, so you can get 100% more.
Yep, so it's, I guess you're going to have to kind of weigh it up at some point. If your goal is to get XP and more standard drops, it might be worth using another +2 breaches, whereas if your goal is to get like breach stones, then it could be that this is actually more what you want to do, and you could, there's some quantification you're going to have to do to weigh that up, again, balancing it with your tree and whatnot. But yeah, I mean, it's straightforward. It's 50% or 100% more breach splinters from the hands and monsters, yep. So that's the full breach set of them.
Yeah, here's the last one. Breach Scarab of
Snares. Oh, no, there's one more.
5 to 10 additional class plans, and they're guarded by a rare breach monster.
Yep, wow, so just every time you open them, a rare monster comes out. Yep. Wow. That is a lot more rare monsters. And that's, again, per breach. So
that's awesome.
Depends how many breaches. You can get a lot of breaches, but I know some of them are % chance, quite rare on the tree. There's that, like, low chance for heaps.
And for those that didn't catch it, the hands open automatically now, so very cool.
Oh yes, oh thank God.
Scarab.
There's some things like that which seem so obvious, like you just like of course it is just annoying the whole time, and yet nothing really ever triggered in my brain to tell me like this is easily changeable. It was actually we were talking with one of the console producers here, and he was just like, you can't target them in the midst of all that because of the way that console targeting has prioritizations. And I was just like, oh, well, like, of course that's a problem. Let's change it. But, like, obviously it should just change in both versions. And so, like, that's just an example of just someone bringing that up. And it's just, even though it seems so obvious when it's mentioned, I don't know, I guess it's harder for those like a single detail of a single league to really remain at the front of your brain. Like when you then, even if you're playing at home and I end up writing down like 30 things when I'm playing, and I'm like, here's all the things I want to talk about or get changed. And then I come in and I normally talk about it, but stuff like that can often just easily get lost and just kind of be at the background for so long. Yeah.
How do you feel about doors?
I think clicking them is essential. But there is something certainly not entirely fun about it, but I don't think that doors should automatically open for you. I definitely do not believe in that.
Okay. Interesting. Do you want to expand on that? Because I don't particularly feel like it's super beneficial to click on doors.
I'd say this one's a little bit, it's going to seem nebulous because at the end of the day, I don't have a good rationale aside from just it should feel realistic. Right. And I think that is I know it's fantasy, but I mean in the sense of physics should feel realistic in that regard. Like there are worlds where I could see, there's a specific magical skill that someone, like a gem or something where you can use lightning magic to open a door from a distance. And
or they have a health bar.
I mean, in some cases, yes, some probably could be damageable and thus openable on damage. There possibly are some circumstances, but like, say the big Val stone doors, I don't think that should necessarily be the case. That's also a kind of a lot of work to do that, right? But I like a game that feels as like grounded as possible, and that is a thing where it's like just to be able to like if your character is just like telepathically able to open doors, then why isn't it telepathically able to do a million other things? And I just think that keeping that grounded and keeping that I guess physics to some degree is important for me.
It could also be that like the Valve just like started like this new door company and expanded their doors to the rest of the world, you know, like automatic doors, $5.99 per door, buy them here.
Well, technically the Val did do it. The Val just only did it in incursion temples and those and whatever structures those are for some reason. They had the cataclysm before they could expand that technology everywhere else. I don't know.
That's fair. I just had to ask. I feel like I would have gotten lynched if I didn't, but definitely that's something that a lot of people in the community do on automatic doors, at least in more places.
It's certainly in that category of thing of just like automate everything, click less on everything, and I understand how people get there, but I think that is one where I would not cross that line. There are many other things I would rather improve than that, and I'll quickly it's somewhat adjacent, but it's to do with clicking on things. I don't know if you noticed in that PoE 2 build that you played. I don't know if anyone really noticed, but did you or anyone mention the item pickup range?
Yeah, it's longer, very very noticeable longer, but I did not mention it in my video.
So the moment I haven't watched all the stuff responding to that, but that is something I would like to move over. So at least it's like less. I have to walk 3 centimeters. Now I want to make sure we get it perfectly right before we do that, because that is the kind of thing where once you put it in, it cannot go lower. It can go higher, but it cannot go lower. So we want to get that perfectly right in PoE 2, and then I would be pretty keen to move that over. It does require a little bit of, like, it's not just item pickup, it's NPC interaction. Like, you don't need to be, speaking of the physics and the reality, you don't need to be 3 centimeters in real world space away from an NPC's face to be talking to them. You can perfectly do it from like 2 meters away. So there's things like that as well where I'd like it to just improve.
This runs the ultimate
distances are kind of across the board, so you don't have to be so
doing
close
the
to
interview
everything.
in his PJs.
And doors would probably get the same kind of treatment, so at least you wouldn't have to be like actually touching them. But I can't say exactly what that should be. Like, what we're doing in the PoE 2 is going through object to object to object and like customizing exactly what we want that range to be, that it kind of feels appropriate yet also feels okay to use on WASD. So even though PoE 1 won't have WASD in that regard, at least something like the interaction distances ever. Well, there's a lot needed for that. I'm just going down the giant,
it's just really interesting because I hated the idea of WSD, but after trying it, it was very good.
Most people are going to be converted, but what's actually needed for that is we need the new character rig. Just thinking about this. In order to get the new character rig, you'd have to have all the new animations, which seems like a win, except not all PoE 1 skills will have animations on that new rig. So you'd have to do a bunch of animating. And in order to get the rig, you'd have to re-rig you'd have to reskin every single armor in the game, all PoE 1 items, and all existing microtransactions. Now, that is being done for PoE 2. So I could see a world. I could see a world where like some amount, probably like a year into PoE 2, we would be like able to have had all the items on PoE 1 rigged onto that rig, and thus it could port over, and thus you'd get all the new animations. Now, whether or not we actually want to do that's a different story, but there is a world, but that would then give us the minimum requirement for WASD to be on PoE 1. So like we're talking a way away, and that is like a strong if, you know what I mean? Like, and that's just straight objective resourcing. That's not like a philosophical decision by any means. That is just like there is a ton of work that needs to be done to achieve that. Yeah.
Awesome. Let's look at more teasers with the Scarab Domination 4. Shrines in the area are guarded.
What do we got here? Domination Scarab of Tears?
Yeah.
That one, yep. Well, okay. How many?
Is that a random map boss?
Yes, it should be, but you know, I will get that confirmed. It should be random. It shouldn't just be the same one. But if you never know, it might have been set up that way. So what can you get? 11 shrines?
Can
Sort
that
of thing,
drop
11?
anything like guardian maps, like stuff like that?
I do believe that's what that last line is meant to imply. It might have alt text that verifies that. I think it is meant to drop the guardian maps and the additional maps and all of that. I can verify that afterwards, and I can let you know, and then you can tell people if you want. But I'm pretty sure that was intended.
Very cool. Yeah, because
'Cause
I would have
otherwise
read
it
the
wouldn't
last
say
line
that
as just
again.
damage mods applied to it.
I agree. I actually do believe. I consider that to be unclear, and I'm hoping that has a reminder text. Otherwise, we will.
Cool.
I will get that verified. If not,
Oh, that would be super nice. Awesome. That was a very cool one. Man, we have so many. We'll move to Essence 1. This is just Essence
Wow.
Scarab. So that's similar to the Breach one.
yeah, is what it is. We can just move on. Adds 2 essences.
Essence Scarab off Ascent. Alright, tier higher, limit of 1.
So this is, I guess, it used to be on the passive Atlas tree and is now found on an essence instead.
That's nice.
But not a huge amount to discuss there.
I'll move on to 3. No, wait. 3 is skipped, so we only have 4. Very curious. I wonder what 3 is.
I haven't put them all in. So yeah, you can just read out the actual name. So Essence Scarab of Calcification. Yep.
That's it. All right. Oh, wow.
What?
It doesn't include League content, of course. They can't spawn out of a breach and just be in an
forgot I was
imprisonment. But all natural inhabitants, rare monsters, will be imprisoned in essences. Yes.
What? So wait, how many
you'll-
maps or how many essences are you gonna get in a juice map now?
Wow.
Wow.
You can get 2 per scarab, and then I can't remember how many you're getting from the tree. So I mean, and then that doesn't matter though. On top of this, you're getting
Definitely
what do you got? Like 50 natural packs. I mean, you got about 50 and 40. I mean, it's 7. Okay, so if you take like a 70,000 effectiveness map, as we like to call it internally, which is one of the better maps, like as in highest density of monsters, you'll get what is that?
Wow.
70 packs, and you got 14%. I mean, it's what, like you could get maybe 10 without adding extra other packs that might get imprisoned. You will get like an extra 10 essence essence monoliths, I guess, maybe.
Wow. And
You
to
could probably-
confirm, this
you could
doesn't
probably
work
get more
with
than
any like league content like Legion.
So isn't
Breach,
essences
etc.,
already very good, especially for
It should
SSF?
not, no, because
Isn't this going to
those
put
kind of
essences
technically
everywhere?
spawn afterwards, and
Yeah. That's so cool.
I will verify some of that as well, because there is some interaction that I'm thinking about that I'm not too sure on. Like
Beasts?
well, I wouldn't say so much beasts, but you never know. But more like, actually, that is the one that might. I would have to double check. But it could also be like if you add packs through other scarabs. I'm not sure if they like just random packs that you can get, which like what the sextants used to do. I'm not sure if those will count either. So there's some detail I'll look into there, but we can if we keep some notes in this in the like chat on Discord, or to keep a list of the questions, or I can get Nicholas is probably listening. He can do it. We'll give a bunch of answers afterwards as to verify how a lot of these work.
So
I wish I knew enough, but again, this is
Yeah.
that kind of level of detail that I'm not really I'm like, this is cool, let's do it, and then some little decisions will be made along the way, and then I'm like, you can go either way with that as to what's like actually implementable and what's fun, and we'll just go ahead and that will be how it works. But then those things don't necessarily get told back to me on that level of detail. And then I discover them on live and I'm like, holy shit, this is too broken. What have you guys done? Or I'll be like, yep, sweet, perfect. Well done, guys. But yeah.
I am a little bit curious with all of these things being reworked. Is that going to potentially need a balance pass on the memories, like the essence memory and things like that?
Possibly. I'd say I'm not happy with where memory lines are. I think they can be a more
Do you guys want to
a bit
keep
more of a
listening to
core
this,
system,
or do
and
you
right
want
now
me to
they're
mute
very
it and
rare,
just
very
play?
hidden, and some are broken and some
Or
are
do you want to
terrible.
listen to
Yeah.
this?
And I think that just needs some love. It was on the cards for 324, but there was just no way we had enough time to do that.
That makes
So
sense.
I would say that's later. It's the one aside from favored maps, it's the one remaining thing that is actually used on your atlas, and that's something I like.
Well, I'm
I
gonna
like the
play.
fact that
I'm
you
gonna
actually
play
have something that you
100%.
can you actually right click and left click on your atlas, and picking a map is relevant and actually has an impact. Now that sextants are gone, but then again, that's not to say sextants were the right way of
Looks
doing
like
that.
slightly
I think
more people want to listen.
we can
so
replace.
let's listen to it for a bit. You can turn on the
I have
music
one other idea
after.
there. I'll mega tangent, but hopefully it's all good.
Go ahead.
There's a new scarab that is the divination. I think it was of scrying or something like that. And it's the one where it's like your favored maps drop in a different. The map you're running drops your favored map's divination cards instead, or as well as, I can't remember. I actually wanted to make a scrying orb that is something where you can right click on one map, left click on another map, and it will move the divination cards drops from that map to the new map. And I still want to do this. I actually think that is a very good solution to the whole, like, I want to run the map I want to play instead of having to run the one that is, has the best cards. Now, I don't know if that would mean you can move 6 different maps to one. I suspect it'll start as at least as a 1-to-1 correlation, but that is something I really want to do. That's just something we were discussing recently, and I was like, I feel like this would help.
Scissoring.
So
You don't
that
like
scarab
scissoring?
that kind of does that in a different way would be able to stack with that as well. It's not like an issue that they can both coexist, but I don't want it to be that the solution to that problem is finding a rare scarab. I want it to be that this is something you can do a bit more often. But anyway, that's just a random potential future teaser that hopefully may or may not happen, depending if people think that's a good idea, really.
Yeah, I mean, I think, just looking at chat's reaction to that, everybody's really excited with that. I did see some people were saying, won't we only run one map then? But, I mean, I'm not against it.
I would argue a lot of people already kind of
Yeah.
do that, and yes, maybe.
That's exactly what I was
kind
thinking.
of some ways around that. But I would argue that is. I mean, okay, here's the question. If you remove divination cards from the equation entirely, would everyone still just run one map?
Yeah.
And I don't know if the answer is yes, and I don't know if the answer is no.
I
you
only
obviously
ran
always get to the meta and to the majority
Burial
doing a
Chambers
thing.
and Jungle Valley and
But is that,
Cemetery, the top
I guess
3
how
maps.
much different is it from what's happening right now? And it may be
Very,
quite different.
yeah.
Maybe it maybe isn't. I feel like before we added that, there was still a decent chunk of you run different maps. I mean, yes, there was obviously the whole, like, everyone runs Gorge and everyone runs Strand and everyone runs... but we also had the capacity to, like... We can rebalance maps. Like, we can change map layouts. We can change densities of monsters and maps. There are plenty of levers we can up and down, and we haven't really been doing that, honestly, for quite some time, because ultimately what governs what maps are run is either it's the most efficient for boss running, or it's got highly efficient, like the highest value or set of values for divination card acquisition.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Another thing as well that I was thinking of is, like, for example, I always run Blight Scarabs in Carcass and things like that, so you get more Blight rewards. So it's generally just like, when you have a reason to do a different map.
For sure. I actually like the difference between, say, like, if people feel it is obviously good enough to do the 10-way fight, which I know aren't as good as just like spamming the Guardians for Mavens and whatnot. I would like to actually mitigate that a little bit as well. But when someone does choose to kind of do the 10-way maps and you're kind of just running whatever maps you want, I actually do think that can be quite a fun play style. But you have to be not economically driven to really convince yourself to do that right now, which there are players who do that, and that is fun. But yeah, I want to make it that the economically driven decisions there play less of an impact, I guess. Which is just a matter of balance, and the balance not being correct. So
yeah, I feel like a little bit of it is also that you have to choose between, like, Maven or Eater or Exarch influence. Like, if I could Maven and Eater influence, that would maybe be less of a problem.
True. Well, hopefully, at least now, you can have one tree that does one and another that does another, and at least you can choose which one you're going to do and change between them on a daily or hourly or whatever you want basis. And that is so much better for me, and I'm very happy
That's gonna be
about
great.
that. So
People are very excited for that.
yeah.
We'll move on to the Harbinger Scarab here. This is Harbinger Scarab of Discernment. Drop a rare currency shard and drop a single type. So it picks one and only drops that.
So this, I guess, will be if you happen to get the fractured shard. I guess is the best outcome that can happen there, and you know, you might it'll have the same kind of impact as finding like the divine altar from Eater or something, of just like, come on, hopefully it happens, and then when it happens, you make big money.
Wait, we still have Mirror Shard,
so,
right?
It is still on. Is it still on there? I mean, we haven't changed it in this patch, so if it is still on there, then it is still on there. I just don't remember exactly. You'd have this thing. I have this thing all the time where I'm like, I could say with certainty one way or another until someone asks me the question, and then I'm like, oh no, now I'm doubting myself.
yeah, I get that.
But I don't know. If it's there, so then cool, yes, and if it's not there, then no. So.
Wow. That's very cool. The next Harbinger Scarab is of War Hordes. They're duplicated. Cool.
Wow. That just literally multiplicative with the one from before. Not much more to say about that. So now when you get the good thing, you get twice of the good thing.
Very, very cool. Now, are you a little bit worried that there will be like set ways, like the people who feel like they kind of need everything before they're using anything instead of using like, oh, I'm just going to throw some in white maps or yellow maps?
Okay, so because the scarabs are done by rarity, so there's kind of like common ones and uncommon ones and rare ones, kind of. It's not exactly like that, but you know that's ultimately kind of how it works.
Yeah.
The intention is that, like, yeah, if you get the rarest one, you're going to want to use it with the set and probably with the tree, of course. But at least with the more you know, the kind of bottom or top two or three, lowest 2 or 3 rarities. Highest, whatever. The ones that are most common, you should have the freedom to kind of use those whenever you want and not have to always feel like you're using them with a set, because otherwise you're just going to have too many of them anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah, hopefully it's not going to feel so restrictive that you have to get all of them in order to use them, but it will be the case that when you get the highest tier one, yeah, it kind of is a piece of a set as opposed to just something you use on its own. So yeah.
That makes sense. Next up we have a Harvest Scarab. Maybe we should skip those? Of doubling.
I mean, you can just look at it and move on if we want.
I'm just joking. It's duplicated at 100% more life. Nice. That's similar to the Sextant before.
Yeah, I think I included some of these just because I wanted people to see that, you know, like we have included some of the Sextant things. It's not just, I saw a lot of people going like, oh, this is gone and that's going to go on, because they just assume we're stingy and not going to be including them. And I just kind of wanted to give some examples of some of these. But again, we're going to post the full set so people can see that for themselves afterwards perfectly just fine.
I'm now showing the Cornucopia one. If an area contains the Sacred Grove, it'll contain up to 1 additional tier 4 seed of each type if possible. Wow.
So yeah, that's obviously
that's a
lot more of the boss seeds, the boss plants.
Yeah. Wow. That's awesome. I mean, one of my favorite things is synthesizing items with Harvest, so that's so cool.
I'm on Act 4.
We'll move on to Incursion. We only have one from Incursion, and this is Timelines. Oh.
Yeah, so we've got Final Architect dropping an itemized temple, and the itemized temple dropped are generated based on the current temple layout, but with randomized room tiers. So yeah, the temple you're building is relevant, but yeah, the tiers will be randomized.
Can this
I think we added that bottom thing because it was too good. Say again?
Can this drop dead ends? Like, can we get a bricked temple as a drop and you're like, shit one?
I think it probably can because it's based on the current layout, and I'm assuming, again, this is that detail I don't exactly 100% know, but I'm assuming the layout is matching what it is. So my assumption is if you're early in the temple and it drops, there's probably a good chance that it will not have all the connections. And if it's like dropping later in the temple building, it will more likely have the connections. I could be wrong. There could be something specific implemented there, but I would assume that's the case.
So I already have a follow-up question. So it says that the tier is randomized. Is it affected by it at all? Like it's more likely to give a tier 3 corruption chamber if you already have one? Or would you be benefiting from as soon as you see there's a corruption chamber, you start running with this?
I would assume the tiers are straight up just randomized, so it's either 1 or 2 or 3, and then there's nothing really influencing that. So you're not always going to get good ones, and sometimes you'll get great ones. But at least at the end of the day, you're still getting an additional itemized temple, which may be amazing and may not be.
Very cool.
But yeah, it sounds like you still want your corruption chambers and your gem chambers, and like.
Absolutely.
I guess you're more likely to now want explosive rooms if the layout thing works the way we had. If it is actually random and you might have dead ends, so at least that will increase the probability that when these drop, you can fix the connectivity if it works in actual randomness.
Yeah, that's a really cool idea. There's so many like neat and interesting new things here. Next up we have...
Yeah, Octavian actually was the one who kind of designed most of these, fun fact, and put all these together. So
all of them, wow.
Yeah, I mean, obviously input from a bunch of others, but, he kind of spearheaded it pretty early on.
Well, I think they're being received pretty well. We're going to move over to the Scarab Influence. Tier 14 maps have a chance to drop a Shaper Guardian, Elder Guardian, or Crunker, or unique synthesized maps instead. Wow, so you really want to like juice how many maps you're finding?
Yep, definitely. I don't know what that chance is, and it's probably undergone a number of iterations and balance, so even what it maybe was is probably not what I remember it to. What it is probably not what I remember it to be, but nonetheless, yes, it should be that you want to maximize the amount of maps dropping, which ideally would give you a lot more of... So you might want to run this paired with a number of map scarabs, I guess, combined with a specific tree layout and whatnot, and you'll min-max your capability to get bosses.
Do you know if this is like a 5% chance or an 80% chance, like some sort of ballpark?
At this point, I have absolutely no idea.
That's fair.
And I don't even know if I'm going to just say what it is, because if someone didn't put it on there for a reason, so it could be a mistake, it may not. But I have no idea, and we will just see. Hopefully it's enough to feel it working, as opposed to just be like, maybe it worked, maybe it didn't. But you will notice it working, obviously, because if it's like it's very binary, right? Those maps can't drop normally, so if you're getting them or not from the boss, you will notice it working. So hopefully it is impactful. This is one of the rarer... It's on the rarer end of things.
We're listening to Zizrin interview the game director of Path of Exile 1.
Commonly.
50-50. Either it does or it doesn't.
The game.
We'll move on to the Legion one. There's so many. I love that we're getting so many. Eternal Conflict. Wow.
This one's a little bit crazy. So every time you break them out, they have more life than before. So it's harder to break them out a second time. But like, if you can go ballistic with as much time as possible, like internally we had a thing where they have a maximum. I think it's a diminishing returns actually on the chance of them to respawn with a reward, which is kind of how it works in Domain of Timeless Conflict. Because at one point I remember Octavian was testing it, and he had a monster that had the reward symbols going probably like 6 screens to the right. Like you could run halfway across the map and there would just be reward symbols stretching across.
Oh my god.
So yeah, it's a little bit more balanced, but it's still pretty crazy right now.
So Headhunter enjoyers are really gonna enjoy this.
Yep. They will.
Yep. That's so cool. These are great. That was the only Legion one. Maps new 2. Cartography Scarab of Ascension. Or a tier higher up to a maximum of 16. Cool.
Is Zizrin gay? He is married with a child.
Pretty straightforward. Just trying to max your... I mean, this would also give you more test 17s, technically, as well.
So no.
Because your 15s will now get converted to 16s.
So yes. No.
which would then have a chance to become 17s.
Oh, okay.
Not that there's anything wrong with
That's
being
good.
gay.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Off
People
corruption.
can do whatever they want to do.
Yes.
Are
This,
dropped
this
with
is one
eight
of the sextant ones
modifiers.
that. Yeah, this is one of the sextant ones that people were convinced we were removing, which we are not. You know, I can't remember if this works on 17s or not, because technically they're unmodifiable. You know, but I don't know. You could go either way. You could argue unmodified modified supersedes corruption, which I think it does, or corruption supersedes unmodifiable, which would seem a bit pointless because then you could, no, because you can't Val Orb them. I would assume that tier 17s do
Yeah.
not get affected by
Okay.
this, but it's a bit of an assumption.
Yeah. We have Cartographer's Sheriff of Duplication. Maps of 30% has to be duplicated. And I guess that will pair really nicely with the boss one. And it's the 60% chance because there's a limit too.
Yep.
Wow.
Exactly that, just for your
I have
for
no
your
idea.
bosses,
This one I
really.
have no idea.
Yeah. Wow.
Yep.
Let's see. That was 5. All right. Scarab Miscellaneous 1. Monstrous Lineage. Magic pack size 40%. Okay.
Yeah, so we have we tried to, aside from having them all just like adjacent to leagues, we also wanted a like bunch that just kind of can intersect with a bunch of different leagues and buff them, and this is kind of one of those. There's one coming up a bit later that you want to remember this one. So remember magic pack size, and you'll see one of the ones coming up later, and you'll associate them for sure.
Okay.
But obviously this holds its own regardless. So yes, it's pretty good.
Scarab of Adversaries. 4 additional packs with mirrored monsters. And this does not make you immune to reflect.
So what I'm pretty sure these will also be imprisoned in essences, by the way, just thinking about that earlier one. I think this is an example of it probably will work. So there's a way. What
Right.
did you ask, sorry?
This doesn't give us reflect immunity.
No, it does not. I mean, it would say it if it does, so no,
Yeah.
it does not.
I'm gonna miss that
Again,
section.
as people like to, well, as I have said recently, deal with it is kind of my response to that one.
I will.
Which you can do.
I'll try my best. Scarab Miscellaneous 5. Scarab of Stability. Oh. Does this mean you
I'd
can
say
have
this
more
is
than
more of
6
a-
people in your map?
No, there is still a limit on the number of people within a map, and that is capped at 6. But this is, I guess, you know, like you'd run your tier 17, you don't want to really risk it. This is what you run with it, really. I mean, you can run it on others as well, but I wouldn't expect to have this one on hand all the time. But yeah, so hopefully, I mean, you could still only get 6, but at least if you're thinking like, no, I don't know if I'm going to be able to kill this, you can use this with it to try and kind of give yourself some extra chances.
I paid for 12 portals and I'm gonna use them.
Yep. Or just get more loot out, I guess, which
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a problem necessarily that will present itself very frequently, but
We have a ritual one next. Selectiveness. Rerolling has no cost the first 2 times, and I love rerolling favors 1 additional time. Nice. Wow.
yeah. Straightforward, limited to 2 again, so technically it could be the first 4 rerolls. And you can reroll 2 additional times technically as well.
Wow. Yeah, limit 2. I love the limit thing was such a good idea. That's huge.
Yeah, I agree. It came in quite late in the process, actually. Like it was I don't know, probably a good 2 weeks of them being in a spot where we were doing first testing before we actually discussed doing that. So yeah, but it was a great addition, and it was kind of so obvious as well. And yet again, none of us really saw it until quite a bit in. So yeah,
Very cool. 20 strong boxes, and I'm guessing Monstrous Treasure is still in the game, so you can have like 50, 60 strong boxes in a map now?
yes, it is. If you go forward one more, there is another. Is the Monstrous Treasure equivalent. So yes, you can use them. Technically, you use 3 of the ambush. So plus 15.
What
on
skill
top
am I
of the
using?
containment one.
Armageddon brand.
Oh.
Armageddon brand.
Oh, but we...
Just throwing
I
the
haven't actually
meteors
checked
that
out
kills
the
everything.
new atlas, but do we still have the special, the like shaping of the skies? For the special map preps there, or are they gone? I actually didn't check.
We kept. I think we removed Monstrous Treasure from that.
Oh, okay.
Because it's a scarab now. Yeah.
That makes sense.
I'm pretty sure that one is that. I think we still have that node. I could be very wrong here. We had so many discussions about this. But yeah, now Monstrous Treasure should be removed from that. I do remember specifically talking about that one.
Wow. Huh. That's very interesting.
This is your Monstrous Treasure one here, effectively, yeah.
Yeah, I would say a lot of people are asking if we have the 500% quant thing still, but I don't know if you want to touch on that.
I don't remember. You'll get the full list later, and we'll find out. I genuinely do not remember, unfortunately. I don't remember specifically removing it, but like, flip of a coin at this point again. This is
a lot of changes.
Like, yeah, honestly, it's too much to keep on top of myself. Like,
escape it.
It's just, I mean, it's so much.
Escape it.
I don't like. I still haven't even read the patch notes, by the way.
Wow.
I don't, like there are just things that like people will. There are still changes in there that I don't even know about, and that's fine. And that's how things have to work, by the way. It's not like one person can know all of this while this is going on, while I'm working on 2 games at the same time, and you know, it's a lot. But again, this is why I play as well, because I want to learn all the things.
I'm playing hardcore right now.
Otherwise, I'm
hardcore
making decisions
SSF.
based on
If I die, I'm
information I
dead.
don't know, and that's not good.
People told me
so-
not to do that. They said go softcore so you can learn. And I said, nope.
Sulfite,
I learned by playing hardcore.
off the fumes.
I need to be scared all the time.
Release enraging fumes.
I'm not
Monsters
scared in softcore.
Have 500% increased quantity. And sulfite is guarded by monsters from the Azurite mine.
There is a target limit. I know there's a limit on this one, so don't get your reverse knockback stuff. You know, like you might want to do it a little bit, but I don't think it's actually necessary. But this one's a bit, you know, you could argue promotes a different kind of play style, because it's obviously the more kind of just insta off screening you're doing, the less useful this one will be. So if you're kind of wanting to engage with this, because it affects it in a radius around it, of course. So yeah, it is pretty valuable, but in the same sense, you know, depending on your type of build, you might be having a little bit of a hard time getting to really benefit from this one, which is a thing I like, by the way. I do like that certain things appeal to certain builds more than others. I think it is, where you have so much that is universally good for everyone, it is completely fine to have some things where someone feels like, if I play this, I get to utilize this one better than other players can. I think that is generally a good thing, so this is kind of one of those.
That'll be very interesting to see what Empyrean and crew does with that.
Yes, true.
We have an Uber Scarab next.
Okay, this is
All
really
monsters
nice.
are at least magic, and then we have the 40% pack size. Wow.
Yes. So this one is more. I'm curious to see what that group does with this.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy.
The map's kind of crash, isn't it?
Maybe. We'll see. Hopefully not, but you never know. But
that's
yeah,
awesome.
the next set of these. So these are, as you said, Uber is in the file name. These are all, you can see from the art, they're all a little bit special looking. These are all a little bit kind of more almost meta-like. They don't really have any league association. They're kind of just meant to be about combining with other things to do. And you do not expect to run these all the time. Like, you would have to be very, very, very wealthy. You can do it with trade. Anything is possible, really. But like, you're not going to be finding a lot of these. They will be rare. They will be expensive.
And we have a lot of these special scarabs. We have an additional 6, so we'll move on to the next one. Okay, off the Nemesis. Nice.
Yeah. So even though this at face value seems like just a downside, the more modifiers they have, the more drops they drop, and the higher the probability they have for like those kind of reward mods. Even though we've gutted some of those.
Yeah.
So yes, they are harder, but they also will drop more and better items.
Well, I was gonna bring it up later. I'm just curious. The gem XP and things like that, was that all very intentional, and what was sort of the reasoning behind some of those?
Well, it was intentional, but you could argue it was unintentional for it to do what it did. So I guess
I forgot I have to link it as well.
this is the thing where, okay, so during the campaign, it obviously had.
What?
You could look at it as a win because it's now my gems are always at the level it needs to be. But often what was happening during the campaign is you just ended up with your mega list of gems down the right hand all in grey and you can't level them up because they're over leveling your character. That's not a good thing. That was certainly not intended. On the other hand, obviously you get to end game and it's nice because now it feels like your gems are hitting level 20 more aligned with where you would want them to be. And I actually agree with that part, but I want to do some changes around here, and I'm not exactly sure what to do. I haven't thought too much into this, but thinking about it now, like, I would want it... Like, okay, imagine a world where, well, okay, maybe people are happy with this or not. I'm just going to put it out there, actually, and I'm curious what you think as well. Should it be that your gems level all the way to level 100 and even beyond that? And, like, let's say current gem level 20 balance is put to gem level 18, and then we cap gems at, say, level 25. So, like, if you keep playing, they keep leveling. And, like, just as a random thought experiment, like, should we explore something like that? Because we've just been stuck. We haven't changed this formula pretty much forever. We've had gem level 20. Yeah, sure, we added awakened gems and you got power, enlighten, etc. But, like, should your characters, and I get gear will continue to progress you, but yeah, should your gems continue to level further than they do right now, or should they hit a cap earlier? Like, what are the thoughts there? Like, I'm genuinely curious.
My initial thoughts is I don't like the idea. I can see this being really good for somebody that does play a lot and stuff, but it does create like a bit of a weird power imbalance as well. Like,
yes,
it is very
true.
nice the way it works right now. You get 21, you get your 21 gem. Like, that's like, I think it's already in a very good state. I definitely think it was a good thing. So right now, we were getting level 20 gems somewhere between level 90 if you were very lucky, but at least before 93. So like you could flip your gems and stuff like that reasonably and get them pretty quickly back up. Whereas before, it was sometimes even like level 95. So it was like almost twice as slow.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it didn't. I guess it was balanced around. We made so many incremental changes over time that allowed you to get less penalized XP for your character, and because gems get non-penalized experience, it ended up the case that you were getting higher and higher level, and they were getting lower and lower level relative. So I could just see some adjustments being there necessary anyway, and I could see that the rear mod was a kind of band-aid for that.
Yeah.
It just didn't do it the way we intended. So I will... Well, I certainly now have it because I did read a bunch of stuff about that. I do have it on the list for at least 325 to kind of review, reevaluate exactly when do we want a gem to hit level 20, ignoring that whole other feature aside. That's just a thought experiment. Which, but at least the hitting gem level 20, I do want to, and I would say like hitting that around the 90 to 92 mark is
interviewing the game director of Path of Exile
around right. So
maybe lower the XP from 250 to 100 or something.
Yeah. I mean, I would, we'll adjust it for sure. I could see. I mean, I'll discuss it with people and see what other people think, and there might be something else. But I agree that if your gems are hitting 20 at like 95, I'd say that's too late. Because I agree, there is enough in the game that you can do after that point, especially considering you have to often level many gems to 20, and you're just doing that over and over to get for corruption outcomes and whatnot. It's not like you don't have stuff to do. So if all of a sudden now, you have to level to over 100 to get a max level gem to then do blah, blah, blah. But yeah, and again, thought experiment, because in that world, you would also remove all that other stuff, and that makes things less interesting. So yeah, I mean, ultimately, it's not great. But sure, that will be reevaluated. I can't say it's going to happen in the next 2 days, but you never know.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, and for the thought experiment, I think a lot of us would rather see like more awakened gems. I think they're very interesting with how they like change builds, especially the ones that do have something build enabling. And just out of curiosity, have you ever thought about that like double corrupting a gem turns it white? Like that could be one of the outcomes.
I mean, that is something we could probably consider doing at some point. I mean, that doesn't also have to be double corruption. It could be a different outcome somewhere else that you can
Right.
do or something. But I mean, I see what you're like making a gem be considered white, or effectively saying it can go in any color.
Yeah.
It's a cool feature. It's nothing wrong as long as it is like end game, very high end game. The thing you do kind of at the end to seal the deal.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be from the gem double corrupt, but it'd be interesting.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's interesting.
All right. Horned Scarab of Preservation. Wow. Okay.
This is the classic FOMO scarab.
Yeah.
Where now all of a sudden you don't want to use any other scarab unless you have this.
Yeah.
But thankfully, it's so rare that that is improbable to actually happen.
So it is.
I understand, like, the rarity of this is why it is.
Other scarabs
allowed
are
to
not
exist.
consumed on use.
It is highly improbable that you're gonna like. Well, there might be some people who are gonna hold on to the other ones until you have this. But then again, you are juicing your map less, and if you're using all these other Uber scarabs, you are aiming for maximum juice. So yes, you might want to actually use this, but then again, like getting these is going to be absurdly expensive and absurdly rare to the point where, like, you know, that's effectively like saying I'm not gonna. I mean, I don't know what the actual comparative drop weighting is, but it's effectively like saying like, no, I'm not gonna run my best scarabs unless I have a mirror. And it's like, well, at some point you're just holding on to something for no real purpose. Like you're not going to be able to reasonably do that. So.
You have not watched me play Skyrim. I never use potions or anything until like the very end. We'll see.
Well, yeah, some people might, but yeah, a little bit of controversy about this one, but I think it is ultimately as powerful as it can get, and as like, yeah, I agree it does that. But again, it's also affecting, like, we're talking pinnacle of pinnacle kind of tiers of mapping and juicing and whatnot.
And it does take up a slot.
Yes, it does. Yes, it has an opportunity cost, of course.
Yeah. Cool. I mean, yeah, I mean, worst case scenario, you could even nerf it. That has a limit of 2 and 50%. Oh, that wouldn't work. Never mind. Ignore that. We'll move on to the next one.
I mean, you could just make it 50% and keep it as is and make it less rare. Which is a potential. Like, if it doesn't work, then that's on the cards. But we'll see.
So this one you showed in the video already.
Yes. So, but I wanted to explain it a little bit. But I mean, I guess it was kind of.
I've been asked a lot of questions about this too.
So, this pretty much for every league, it gives a duplicated version of it on the crafting bench. And it gives that league and then some extra thing. So it's effectively like if you want to actually min-max your leagues, that's the way to do it. The second function it serves is that it can be used to nullify, as in the prefixes and suffixes will have no effect. That includes the quantity, rarity, pack size, and the downside. But I saw that as primarily you want to use that on tier 17s when you have modifiers that you can't. So you can use it to juice leagues, or you can use it to run tier 17s that your builds normally couldn't. I don't know if that's going to happen too often. I suspect more than likely you'd trade or swap it with someone, or just try and overcome the challenge or adapt your build a little bit. But the option's still there. What I do feel is it might be too rare to actually utilize it for that reason. And in which case I could see a future in where we split this out into that functionality to separate scarabs. And we use, like, because maybe that you want to be able to do that more often. So it might be that having this have the two functions is a bad decision, but we'll see how that plays effectively and see. But it also has like the capability for a scarab to add more crafting bench options is something that we can have design space around in the future as well for doing just whatever else we want to be able to do. But yeah, effectively it's for super juice leagues or to be able to run tier 17s that you normally couldn't be able to run. I wouldn't expect you to ever waste it on something below tier 17.
Yeah, because a concern some people had with this was that aren't you only ever going to use this for just one thing? Because it will be rare and expensive, so you'll only use it for its most expensive purpose?
Quite probably, yes. Which isn't necessarily a problem. But I agree that is not
I'm going to start
entirely
with
ideal.
Detonate Dead,
again,
I think.
Future changes are certainly possible. And again, we can
But
always
I'm not
balance up and down those things.
sure.
Like that kind of implies... Well, we don't know what the meta is going to be for endgame. We don't know what people are going to necessarily use it for. And there certainly are players who aren't just like I'm going to use it for that. But yes, it will be economically priced around that, and thus they will sell it for that.
So it would be Elementalist.
Again, these aren't necessarily problems, because at the very least, what it means is that when you find it, you are like, yes, I just got a bunch of money. That's like in-game currency.
That's true.
That is a valuable thing to have, right? Like at the end of the day, I'm hoping the scarabs have added a lot more dopamine to drops in game, just world drops, right? Like you're just playing, and now you have a lot more opportunities to find something worth a lot. Hopefully, it ends up being that.
I like how POE is still pushing dopamine in their game when they have the highest dopamine of any ARPG.
Just world drops.
Oh, okay, cool. Even those, okay.
Yeah,
it's pretty awesome, actually.
Awesome.
I am a huge proponent of world drops.
Awesome.
I think it's. I mean, even changing the whole like double 2.5 timesing the drop rates of the extreme uniques and pulling back on the stack decks and random div card and stuff is like I want to farm my maps and get things and not have it to be that like most of them are coming from these random other sources that I am choosing not to do, because again, it has an impact on choosing. That is the game's. There is an inevitability to this, but that is the game choosing how I play the game, because how can you not be economically focused? You can not be, but most people are. And so the moment that that's happening, where it's like, you should play this league because of this, and that's the best way to get to these, and then you feel obliged to do it. Like, I don't like that, because I want to play the game the way I want to play it, and I want everyone to play the game they want to play it. And yeah, I understand that is often not entirely the case, but I will always strive to try and make that the case. It's just that is often not very possible.
Yeah.
Just due to like metas, balance, information sharing. It's a very hard thing to do, but at the very least, I don't want it to be that you feel so pressured to do a single thing.
Those piece of shit content creators always wanting those games to fail.
Completely off the cards, and so yeah. The big thing with the end game, this one. Sorry, one more thing is just. I want you to play the game. I want you to play the game the way you want to play the game, and so this is the whole, the thing I'm talking about with the scrying orb goes further down that line. I want you to play what map you want to play. The multiple trees. I want you to play what leagues you want to play. I want you to play. If you want to do bosses or not, I want you to play it that way. Because that's how I want to play it as well. And I don't ever want to be forced to do a single thing or feel forced to do a single thing. Now it's easy said for me, because if I feel forced to do something, I just go like, why did I do this to myself? Whereas obviously everyone else is, why are you doing this to me? So I don't want that to be the case. So
yeah, no, like the reason I asked was because they were named Uber and there were 7 of them. I was like, are these Uber only drops? But yeah, cool. Right, cool that they're world drops.
Cool. Yeah, coincidence. We designed more than 7. We just didn't get to the time to make more than 7.
Okay.
So you might see some you might see some ones coming through.
Very cool. So we'll be potentially getting more. I did open
certainly at some point.
Yeah. I did open Horns. Also, the Scarab tab is going to be massive. That's going to be a big one.
Yeah, damn. I was meant to have a picture of it. The way it's actually sorted is like this kind of like sets of 3 at the top, then sets of 4 for the ones that, because there's some that are leagues or pieces of content that have 3, and then at the bottom there's the 7s. But each of the little sets has the league symbol next to it, so you can kind of more easily identify the type of content they belong to. We can post a picture of it later. It is a lot more readable than it was before even, and it is now. Oh yeah, I think Nick's sending through some pictures there. I don't know if you can bring them up or whatever, but at some point, might be a bit hard to fit into your.
Yeah, no, I can. Yeah, it is very large. Let's see. I'm just gonna save it. There.
Someone posted it. I can't see. I can't see the names of who posted them, but I put. Oh yeah. Oh, I was in a video, so it's come from chat because it was in a video.
Yeah, here's the.
It was probably in the video yesterday, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Very cool. Yeah. Is there a concern that this tab is going to be borderline mandatory? Is that something that you guys have discussed?
I wouldn't say it's something we've discussed. Right, 109 item slots. I mean, we at least increased the stack size, but certainly Yeah, the stash tab stuff is a little bit kind of like obviously in that controversial space. I generally try and kind of stay out of that, but I understand why I probably shouldn't. I understand the level of like necessity our stash tab purchasing kind of is in that realm. Like, it's pretty. You could argue a lot of our special ones are kind of in that mandatory territory right now for sure.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, like.
The game is free?
I don't know. I haven't really formulated much of an opinion on that one myself, but I'll think about that, actually. I will bring that up and evaluate with how we feel about that, but I suspect the answer is that we're kind of okay with it. But, never know. This is the age of questioning original philosophies, for sure, and kind of questioning where we're going, and especially with PoE 2 in the works, like, it is, like, the amount of stuff that we are bringing up, discussing, and questioning is kind of boundless right now. So I'm just going to add it to the list of things.
It would be cool if PoE would give you some of the basic tabs.
Yeah, I was just curious.
For free, like the map tab, the currency tab, the scarab tab. That would be nice.
I think it is important.
But then again, if they give us everything, then they don't have a game to sell.
I don't want to be one of those like back in my day we had to do something blah 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 blah. You know what I mean? Like I'm all about trying to not be the
Red
old
Bear. How we
kind
doing,
of
buddy?
and,
Thanks for the raid, man.
Get phased out. Like I've
What's
certainly.
Up, dude? Appreciate
I always
that.
try and push to make sure that things are, but there are some things like door opening where you're not, you might consider me a dinosaur there, but I still have some beliefs that won't change at least yet, but you never know.
Yeah, no. I think I can't remember. It might have been Chris or somebody that said that players are very good at identifying what's wrong, but not always how to fix it. Can't remember who said that.
Oh, that's true of most things in life, really. It is.
Wait,
that's the classic. Give them what they need, not what they want, as well in game development, which is pretty important. It's very easy to always just like. It can be pretty brutal in a situation where you do cave, and just to do the thing that is wanted, and you do cave on your philosophies and forever regret it and never be able to undo it. And so it is important to really take the time, actually identify the problem, and actually give the solution that is right. And an example of that going wrong was the like left mouse button thing, right? Like straight up, that is a like rushed decision where we did not give it enough time and give it enough thought, and as such, the conclusion is bad. That isn't necessarily to say we're giving people what they wanted. That's not. It's a little bit different. But what I'm saying is like, if you don't give it enough proper time and actually consider it and give it enough time for testing and iteration and let people feel it out, and some of those things you can't go back on. Like, I know that's. People might not necessarily believe that, but it is one of those things where if you increase like the item pickup range, we cannot reduce it ever. Like that is it. It is stuck there now forever. And so you cannot get that wrong, because if it's now wrong, you just have to deal with it. And it sucks to work on something where you're just like, I made this mistake and now it has hindered this forever, and we just have to deal with it. And you constantly have this memory in your head of just like, this just doesn't feel good because you kind of made a mess out of it effectively. So anyway, I don't know where I was going with that, but we can just move on from what's
good. That was one of the things I wanted to talk about as well, because the community's been asking about it a lot. Is since you aren't happy with the solution at the moment, have you thought about temporarily reverting it until you find a solution that you are?
Oh my God, yes.
Well, again, I am happy. I am happier. I do still believe, and I have covered this a bit, that this is the lesser of evils. And we have done some changes around that and whatnot, and that is cool and good. But I would like to do a better solution later for sure, where it becomes not evil at all. So yeah, I stick by that. I believe it is currently in a better state. And yeah, if it wasn't, if I didn't actually believe that, and if the others here didn't believe that as well, and I'm not saying everyone here believes that, but you know, a good set of people, and we've discussed it. If I didn't believe that, I would revert it. Like genuinely, I would. We would straight up put that back to what it was, and then we would take our time and do the proper solution.
Cool.
A lot of people are not going to agree with me on that one, and that's perfectly fine. I would just say play it and try it and see how you actually feel and how it actually adapts your builds, because that is one insight that we have that you do not currently have. I know theoretical is often just as good as practical, but in this case, I don't know, see how you feel about it, because it might be like 2 weeks down the line after playing, or 1 week or 1 day. It's completely out of sight, out of mind, and you don't feel any different about it one way or another. And it's like, I would put it as another phrase or another way of like, I know this isn't a great because it's a bit of a cop-out, but there are much bigger fish to fry. And so it's kind of like, would you want us to be solving that, or do you want us to be solving you know, some other mega problem that I won't necessarily say right now, like trade. You know, like
that you won't say.
You know, like I want to pick our battles wisely, and doing this fix the right way is going to take a decent amount of resources. Effectively, what I like to do, just to give a bit of insight there, is I like to gather all the problems, I put them all on a board, and I kind of write like, here are my tier 1 problems, my tier 2 problems, my tier 3 problems, and kind of like, okay, we have enough to do this, 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 and this. Is this the right set of things we should be fixing this time or changing this time? But then you see all these other things that you don't have time for, and you're like, oh, that'd be so good to fix, like so good. So you kind of try and get them in there anyway, and then you end up with overworking and overscoping and causing a problem. And so, like, that can have a pretty negative impact as well, obviously, because now you're doing stuff without giving them the time. And so, like, but do rest assured, we are doing like everything possible that we can, and I am trying to actually make sure that the problems being addressed are, I do believe, and others believe here, are the most important problems that we should be fixing. Not everyone will agree that every problem has the same level of importance.
Yeah.
And that's just where it comes in, and obviously that's where the QOL bingo is very useful.
Yeah, we are going to talk about that after the solutions.
We'll get to that one, yes. But anyway, we can continue with the scarabs. I know.
Yeah,
I like to rant and tangents.
No, it's great. I think people are really enjoying this. I'm enjoying it a lot. Horned Scarab of Tradition. All rare monsters in the area have at least one reward modifier. Players' modifier to item rarity and item quantity do not apply.
Yeah, so I wanted this one to be like, you know, you obviously... This one you can use without feeling obliged to have to run a Magic Find character. Because otherwise you would be like, I'm obviously going to save this until I'm an MFer. Mm-hmm. And I don't like that whole, you know, holding out on that one until you are. So, yep, we just pretty much went with the, like, give something super rewarding, but also make it that any player feels like they can do it, and they don't need to run some MF strat in order to do it, or MF build in order to do it, which I think is pretty cool.
So, question, it does say player modifiers. Does that mean if you're in a 6-man group, that will work?
Yes, that will work. Yeah, sure.
Aren't you worried that you'll sort of have the same problem, like, I won't run this solo, I'll feel forced to run it in a 6-man group?
Well, that can be said about mostly everything, I guess. Like, you could argue one way, like, it is the case that like, you get the most out of your map there, I agree with you. And again, this does have opportunity cost. Your map is not as juiced as it was, so, like, you can argue whether or not it's better. But that can be said about the whole game. Like, is it better to run multiple people, or is it better to run solo? That is an eternal argument. And I don't necessarily think it's necessarily one way or another. Like, coming from the Aurabot guy here, I obviously like running in parties.
Yeah.
And then you know what happens? We get like a little bit later into the league, and my friends are all, you know, fully decked out in gear, and all of a sudden, all I'm doing is following around an immortal, completely powerful character that has no issue killing anything anyway, and I am now getting 50% of the drops, of which is, you know, it goes up by what, like 31% quantity and some rarity per player, and then that's divided by 2. So like now he's getting 40% less drops because I'm getting my portion, and he's probably thinking like, fucking get out of here, I don't want you with me. Like, you know, at the start of the league they're like, oh yeah, run support, come help us out, and then like a week later it's like, can you just go
and I
away?
also don't know what he does, so I might die here.
So there's like,
for
someone who knows,
just don't know what he does.
That benefit.
Try to not
it
die.
is certainly the case that
Wait,
you know,
is this
I
the
end
guy
up
that can
being a
kill me?
hindrance because I'm taking someone's loot. So you know, there is an eternal debate here, and I'm not again going to say it's perfect or where it should be right now by any means. But you know, I don't know if people will hold off on that one for that. But I mean, if they do, they do. I guess is also a thing.
I was just curious.
Yeah.
That was a great answer. 2 more? Actually, 3 more scarabs. Of glittering. Huh. Recently.
This is kind of like that Whakawairua Tuahu map. which I'm sure most people don't know how to pronounce. Though I think I heard people calling it the Waka Laka Laka map and stuff like that. It's like that, but obviously without the light radius. It initially had the light radius in it, and then I was like, oh no, like now everyone's just gonna be saving this until they have their maxed out light radius build. So even though that sounds fun, I don't think it's right for kind of core content like this. So this is one again that is like, if you're a Magic Find character, you obviously this still benefits you, but you are so deep into diminishing returns that it won't be as useful. However, if you're not running a Magic Find build, this is obviously going to be far more useful for you, and kind of same principle. So we tried to focus on some that are like can be used by any player as opposed to just like following the whole Deadeye and Magic Find build meta kind of shenanigans. That will still probably happen, but at least these can be used to kind of really take your like I want to get as much as possible, and I'm confident that I'm not gonna die 6 times and run either of these, or I guess both together with them.
I do want to potentially prompt a tangent here, but I'm really curious since I saw it says recently, and recently it's not too bad, but nearby can be a little bit convoluted. Like instead of having a number on it, it's like every nearby is different.
Nearby, I mean, it's almost a bit of a meme at this point, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
I think it's like nearbys are consistent within a given context. Nah, in fact, I don't even want to say that. You know what? I actually don't know. I would say that like, is this? How much of a problem is this really? I mean, it's not contextual to this one, obviously, to this scarab. I don't know if any of the scarabs have anything nearby. And then you're getting a bit of the like, in your presence is another thing you have, which is like, what does that mean as well, and how is that not nearby? But yeah, I agree. There's some weird inconsistencies there. I think so. Mark 1, the other Mark, handles. I'm Mark 2, by the way. We get numbers here. There's no Mark 3 yet, thankfully. And then some people, we have Mark and I have had a long feud of. I say the Mark 2, the upgrade is better, and he thinks that the classics are always truer to the core. And so him and I, we're at contentions about who's the better Mark. I would just say we'll never know. But he's the one that handles a lot of the descriptions. He's the one you see on Reddit doing all the explanations for how mechanics work and all that. Like that guy is a hub of knowledge. And I think he also is like, working the best he can with the designers requesting shenanigans, which of course I include myself in that, where it's like, nah, I want this one to be 40. And he's like, oh my God, here we go. And another one, it would say, or let's say like 60 is too high and we have to nerf it so it gets lowered, or something's needs to be a bit bigger, and then it's like now you can't use nearby, but you still kind of want to because otherwise now the descriptions are getting a bit out of control. And look, imperfection is certainly the case, but it falls under the category of like bigger fish to fry again. Like these aren't just immediately solvable, and they may have an impact on balance. It may seem very, very, very easy, and that is true, but like even like a couple of hours of work has a cost, like we are working full time. We don't just have infinite resources and people that can handle all the stuff. And so, one day I'm sure that we will get around to it. No, in fact, I'm not
I have
even
no
sure
idea where I'm
one
going.
day we will
by the way.
hopefully
I'm just
get
running
around
in
to
a
that,
straight line,
but,
and I hope I'm going to the
is
right
what it is for now.
places.
Awesome.
I probably skipped 100
Scarab
quests.
is the last one listed as
me
Uber
good
Horn
stuff.
Scarab of Pandemonium. Wow. Okay.
So, I'm pretty sure this is the same deal where they do get the drops and the extra map bosses, the extra like the map drops and the guardian drops and all of that as well. I'm pretty sure that's what that bottom line does indicate. So.
Wow.
It's a lot. Yes.
That's so cool.
Some map bosses everywhere.
Wow.
Should be pretty fun. I'm pretty sure it's random. Yeah, it is. This one actually indicates random, where that other one didn't, which makes me think like they work differently. But I have a suspicion it's just someone did the descriptions on one and someone else did it on the other. I will verify that and make sure that they actually are either intentionally working differently or will be made more consistent descriptively.
And here we have the last scarab. Oh, air contains the nameless seer.
Yeah, because why not?
Because why not?
Obviously they don't cost dust because there isn't any dust. It's just he'll give you one, and Like I think in Affliction it took all of your dust away when you bought it.
Yeah.
In this case it will just, you'll be able to pick one. It's not completely random uniques. It is like, it has some sort of biasing to make it so that like more rarer ones are more likely to be there and stuff like that. So it is a better than normal unique item. It's not just +1 random unique.
Awesome. That was all the scarabs. We got through them. Wow, there's so many, and there are more coming too. So we haven't even seen all of them yet.
Yeah, there are 109 total. And I think, what was that, like 30 or something?
Yeah.
Filled with a whole bunch of my rants in between.
That's crazy. I love how many different ones and how much like player autonomy we're getting over the game there and agency. Like, very cool. Is there, what we're about to move on from teasers? Is there anything else you want to tease or talk about before we move on to the next topic?
I think I got through most. I did want to go over like some of the Gravecraft stuff. I know.
Yeah, that's the next
we can go
one.
over that. It's technically some of that. So we could just get into that, is all good, and I'll explain how some of that works. And kind of, it starts to kind of show how powerful it can be. So let's see where that goes.
Cool.
I will. That as well.
I will probably, yeah, I'll start by loading the image of that, and then we can talk about the league mechanic and things like that.
Sure, let me
Need to
just make sure I
resize it a bit.
Find it also, that way I don't have to deal with any forms of stream delay and whatnot.
Just make life
You deserve
Okay, I've got it too.
once remember.
All right, I mean, we can just go top down, but I'll give a bit of background on just like the league itself. So, you ultimately, as you kill monsters that are haunted, which you can kind of configure when you create an area during this league.
Yeah.
You can, they're harder monsters, and you can get them to become collectible. So there are special looking ones, and when they die, they can be collected, and the Undertaker comes out and takes them back to the necropolis, stores them in the morgue, and then you can go back there and do some crafting. I will point out, there's a couple changes here. So yeah, you can store a limited amount in the necropolis. But the first thing I notice is on the top left, you've got an 11 out of 27, assuming we have the same image.
We do.
That 27 is the capacity, but we have actually just expanded that. I think it's like 60 now or something. So you can store a lot, and because we were having annoying pressure, you want some pressure. You don't want to have infinite storage. You want to feel like you should engage with it or itemize them and trade them. But it's another thing you'll notice, is like a lot of leagues we don't release with things like itemizing crafts and itemizing the capacity to trade them, and we just end up with like a pressure, and then you kind of just have to engage with the trading, except it might feel lossy or you're missing out. We've tried to kind of make sure that you can trade them, you can itemize them, and you can deal with all that.
I played
And
POE
we've
on
also,
Steam. They had an
due to the,
update.
like,
I
making
have
sure
the
this was on
update.
alpha, and we got a bunch of feedback
Playing
there.
on Steam.
We have increased the storage size recently, apparently between when I took the screenshot and now, which I think probably was yesterday. We have increased that maximum storage limit to like 60 or something like that. So you can have 60 collected corpses, crafts at a given time. Might be 50 something. I don't know. Some number around there.
Yeah. So how often are you anticipating that you go into a crafting session?
So it's early in the game. It's a lot more frequent. Because you're just wanting rare items. And you don't really engage too much with what the mods are actually doing. There are some ones where it's like effectively sets the minimum links to X and Y to help with sockets while going through the game. More like sets minimum to 4, minimum to 5, and stuff like that. There is stuff like that. But you aren't caring too much about what they're doing early in the game as you're progressing through. But like if you just want a targeted rare item at any point, you just go make it. So if you want if you think your amulet's weak, you can go literally craft one corpse at a time. During the live stream, we had I know this is a concern some people have brought up, but when you craft, the guy obviously appears and reads his whole dialogue out, and it's real epic, and his voice is awesome and all that, but it's also like, okay, are you telling me I got to wait like 6, 8 seconds, I don't even, 9 seconds, I think it was, for each craft.
Something.
So we've done like a short version, so if you're doing less than, I think, 5 corpses, it does a short version, and if you're doing more, it does the longer version. So he cuts half the dialogue out, and he just reads the last, like, the punchline, so to speak. So at least like we've made it more efficient there. but you still want that little bit of time to give a little bit of suspense to be like, especially when you're doing like 50 graves at once and you're like, oh my god, this needs to be the best item ever, like please, 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 please. Because it isn't deterministic, it will be. I'm sure people were going to find effectively deterministic ways to get things, but that's fine. Break it as much as you want.
That, which is bad. I need to understand this.
You want that like, please, 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 please be good, and so you get that like bit where you're like sweating and you're just like, oh my god, I'm using this is like 100 divines worth of corpses I'm using here, like please be good. And then it comes out and maybe it is, maybe it isn't, and there's that moment where you mouse over it and you have that like kind of, you know, your heart stops for like a little bit. So I like that. I like that kind of pre-craft stress, which is way more dramatic than just like hit craft and the item immediately changes to some other state and then you can immediately see the difference. Like it adds way more drama. But I don't want that to be the case when you're like just spamming single items. So yeah, we've done a short version just for that. So anyone worried about that from the live stream, be less worried. You could still argue it's not short enough, but maybe more changes can be made. But
that was going to be my follow-up question. If this is something that people don't like, and, you know, if they've done this for like a month, and it's like, wow, I'm getting really tired of these animations when we're crafting like 2,000 items, is that something you would be open to? Like either like a toggle to skip that, or...
the way it's set up, skipping it is hard, but it can be done. But I don't think I want that because I like that suspense, and I don't know if it will... I don't want to do it based on a theoretical problem yet. Like if that is a problem, we will adjust it. I actually find it's quite like you're not just like I'm going to do 100 things, do a craft, and then immediately like do another 100. Right? You have to collect all the corpses or at least trade from them all. There is to do really good items. There is going to be a decent amount of time between them, and so we're talking now. You're like sacrificing 9 seconds every X, like, you know, some large number of maps. It's kind of like it's the proportion that matters. Whereas if you're sacrificing 9 seconds every single time you do one item with one grave, like that's a problem, 100%. So I don't know, just see how it is, and then I'll either respond with here's a fix, or I'll either respond with a deal with it, and we'll see where that goes. Probably more so we'll adjust it because why not? However,
check my resistances.
Okay, so these graves, I mean, so you get collecting corpses. The harder the modifier, and the more likely that they will yield a collectible corpse. So making the league harder gives you more crafts, and making the league easier gives you less crafts. So there is, but obviously making it easier has the benefit of being easier. So yeah, there is you can control your own difficulty, but you want to make it harder to
kill the boss in this zone. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's just some very preliminary context into them. And so what we've got here is a number of crafts. I guess if we go to the top and look at the physical plus 100 to physical modifier tier rating. So that's a little bit confusing. And we've gone through so many different versions of this trying to figure out how to make it less. The way that works, so plus 100 will mean that the bottom 50% of physical modifiers will not be able to roll on the item. So you have obviously your tier 1, you have your merciless, your tyrannical, etc., all the way down. Forget the names of all the others. The bottom half will not be able to. On your stream, you might want to.
Get I've done it.
Yeah, there you go. The bottom half will not roll, and it makes the other ones more common. But not, it's like kind of proportionately more common. It's not like that weighting loss goes into the weighting directly. It's kind of like, it's a little bit nebulous, but ultimately it does cut off bad mods. And this is something obviously people have been asking for with a lot of stuff. So this is us kind of trying it out, so that you can't get your like +5 life where everything else is T1. This is a way to get around that. So yeah, if you run enough of those, you can cut off everything but, Tyrannical and Merciless, for example, but that still doesn't mean you will get it. It just means that that is the only option if the IPD was to roll. But they still have a weighting. The weighting is still, all mods consider their weightings together, so it's not like it becomes deterministic.
Yeah.
But what it does, the determinism means you won't get a bad one if you got one, which is cool, and you can do that for like a lot of them. So there's +50s and +100s. +50 will cut off the bottom third. +100 will cut off the bottom 50%, and then if you did another +100, you cut off the bottom 2/3, and then so on and so forth. So it's compressing them up into a point. There's some like kind of I guess, nuances around that where it's kind of like, at some point, cutting off to you probably actually want to only cut off. I know this is like some advanced player mathematical stuff. You probably only want to cut off up until tyrannical, so keeping tyrannical and merciless, because if you cut off tyrannical, merciless is so rare that like you still probably won't get it. So if you want like, but if you're looking for best in slot,
I have to kill
like,
them all,
you still
right?
wanna. This is still your way to get it. We're certainly doing some internal mega grave crafts, and you're getting like triple T ones
monsters remain
and whatnot. Like it is certainly very plausible. But it takes a fair while, and this is the one thing I really like. So a lot of the crafts are binary, but a lot of the crafts are like you want to stack as many as you can to get the highest probability to get this thing, and you might just be like, nah, I want to get 5 more. If I get 5 more, I'll be comfortable. And then like you get 5 more and you're like, oh, I don't know. I'm still not, I'll get a few more. I'll get a few more just in case, just to damn well make sure I can't, I get this thing or I can't get that thing. And then there are some which are more deterministic.
Yeah.
And some of the others are pretty crazy in here.
Cool.
So yeah,
Not
that's how
bad.
that top one works.
I was wondering, how is all of this gonna work in a group?
I think we have it. I'm going to double check all this because we went through a number of iterations, but I think it's the classic, like, when you collect it, everyone has a, like, 50% chance to get a random other one, or something like that, which I obviously now brings into my mind, like, if you're... I know when your necropolis is full, or nearly full, he comes out whenever you collect a corpse, and then you can talk to him and, like, itemize them or cremate some stuff or whatnot. So I actually want to go double check how that works, because in party I could see a case of like you're not getting your bonus ones and you're unaware because it's full. I think it does output in text as well that it's like your thing is full, like, or it's getting close. I'll just double check all of that's there, but I'm pretty sure, yeah, it's the classic. Like a lot of leagues do that, like Essences, for example, they just have a chance to drop a bonus one for each party member and stuff like that. So yeah, it doesn't give the exact same one though, I'm pretty sure, but again, I will add that to the list. We'll add that to the list of like things I should go verify afterwards. Just because we go through so many iterations and I can't remember exactly where we land. But I always, I'm the Aura bot guy. I try and make sure the leagues work in a party, and
makes sense.
When they don't, I get sad.
And you mentioned getting full. Is this something? Can we delete bad ones, or do we have to pay 1 kiosk to delete one?
There'll be a little flame symbol, so you can cremate the corpse.
Okay.
You can just click that, yeah.
Awesome.
And you can do that, in the necropolis, in your hideout, and in areas. He can come in. He comes in when they're nearly full. You can bring up this UI, and you have a little cremate symbol next to all. And then you can go to the necropolis and do it while looking at them on the table, or you can do it you can invite them to your hideout and do it from there as well. So, awesome. You can do it pretty much from everywhere. Yeah.
And another thing, like I don't want to. There's so many things we still have to do the bingo go through too. So I'm trying to be a little bit conscious of time here.
I'm still good on time. I'm pretty happy to just keep going. So.
Okay, that's more than happy to do that. What I wanted to ask, there's a lot of like unique, different stats that we haven't seen, and we can still influence these afterwards, like those items, the rares, and use either Eldritch Currency or Exalted Orbs, etc.
Yes, you can. Can you? I don't see why you wouldn't. It creates the item. It should be that you can do that. I think it might be that some of the mods are in the same family. So if you can, say, for example, get +1 charges from this, I think then that is in the same mod family, as we call it, as +1 charges from influence. So you might not be able to get like double up on that. But I'm actually not too sure if they went with that way or not. But I feel like probably it is going to be that way. I'm just not 100% certain. But there's no restriction on doing that. So yeah, what we've got like one of the crafts is like +1 affix, and yeah, we are finding that like end game you actually don't want to use, like, you generally craft 4 or 5 affix items so you can then do some level of manipulation to them afterwards.
Oh, cool.
That's certainly a thing that is happening.
Yeah, no, that's what I was thinking. I think we move on to tier 17s.
We can. There's a couple more things on here. If we can
talk more about the league mechanic.
obviously, belt is a Stygian Vice. I'll just go through some stuff. Yes, you can customize the base types. We have that for heist weapons, the minion rings, minion weapons and stuff there. You can see. The Stygian Vice one has an orange border. It's not meant to. That's only for the unique ones. That's a bug. We fixed that yesterday, but again, I can't be bothered taking another screenshot. The way you get those is from the itemized packs. So there are like itemized abyss monsters, itemized packs that all flame members. You put them in, but you can get one that it drops exclusively from abyss content. I think maybe only from depths, and that one will be the one that can give you this. So there's a couple and same with the experimented weapon. That pack, that all flame member can only drop from heist content. So some of them are like you really want to there are rewards for running different types of content that are kind of subtle in the league. And then I'm just going to explain a couple others. So if we go down, some of these are pretty self-explanatory, but we'll look at the 20% chance to create a mirrored copy.
Yeah.
So that can, obviously, you can put 5 of them, you get 100. But if you put 10 of them, you can get 200, and now you get 3 of the item, and so on and so forth. So if you're doing your like ultra epic crafts, there's always these things where you want to like put as many as possible to get as many as you can out of it. Again, it might be a bad item, or it might be the best item ever, and now you've got a whole bunch of them. Same with fracture. So that's like you put 4 of them, 1 mod's fractured. If you put another one, it's 1 mod's fractured with a 25% chance of a second mod fractured, so on and so forth. You can just get it with all 6 mods are fractured, or whatever you want to do there. So some of these, again, you want to be planting a lot of them or burying a lot of them if you want to, ensure you get kind of the best results. And you can easily see how you can fill up the entire kind of graveyard of. We've added more graves lately, but it's like nearing like 80 to 100 kind of territory of graves that you want to do. And like, so you could be doing a project pretty rarely, or if you're trading, you could be doing these projects a lot more frequently.
That's so cool.
But again, yeah. And
so
while
we're
leveling,
be mad scientists this league.
Yeah, I'm hoping. I mean, I'm sure it's going to be broken in some way, like, of course, and I like that, and I'm completely happy with that. There might be some level of broken that we'll have to be like, this is not okay. But we'll see. But yeah, I'm very keen to see what people are going to get out of this. There's all kinds of meta ones as well. Like in here, there's like one that's like requires at least 1 other corpse of the same monster name to get a Vermilion ring. So that's kind of like, and I don't mean name as in like the randomly generated name. That's just like, you get a Devourer, you need a second Devourer. And when you plant that, and then you plant another Devourer that has, or whatever, if that Vermilion ring one drop with a Devourer, and now it'll create a Vermilion ring. And obviously the ones that override the base type are mutually exclusive. It's meant to prevent you from burying things that are going to like conflict. So if you have a Bone Ring one down already, you then can't also put down a Minion Wand one. That is what it's meant to be. And the same with like, if you put down the unique ones, you're not meant to be able to also then change the unique to a Bone Ring, because that will do nothing. Because the unique is a specific unique and not a random unique.
Wow. It's going to be so fun to look at like the different stuff people come up with and videos about different combos.
For sure. All right. Well, I mean, that's enough there. We can move on to whatever you want to now. I'm pretty happy with.
Yeah. Next up, we have tier 17 drops and stuff. A lot of people have been asking a little bit more about like specifically how they're obtained. Like we are not going to be running them permanently, right? Unless you're buying them.
Well, again, trade. Permanently is no, right? A tier 17 cannot drop a tier 17.
Yeah.
So they're not self-sustaining, and that is intentionally by design. Tier 17s, obviously there are like, the mods might be too hard and stuff. There are factors as to why you might not be able to run them, or might be able to, or maybe you save them for a different build or a different character, or maybe you trade them away or whatever. There are going to be ones, or you use that scarab and, you get around some mods, or you change your build, there's all of that. But then there are, so there's the drops. So void stones are the things that give you the chance for them to upgrade.
Yeah.
Now we showed them at 0.5% chance per socketed void stone, which is kind of effectively how grand spectrums work. Now I think it's been lowered to 0.4, but I'll explain what our intention is with how many you're getting shortly. But the way that works is, so It's not 0.4 plus 0.4 plus 0.4 plus 0.4. Each one, so the first one is 0.4, then the second one is 0.4 times 2 plus 1.6.
Yeah.
And then, whatever that math goes. So it ends up with, when it was at 0.5, it was 8%. So 0.5, then 2, then 4, then 8. So yeah, times
Take care.
4, then 2, then 2, I guess. So you end up with like a whatever math. Someone in chat can do that math for me.
1.6 times
I'm in my
4?
30s now. I don't get to do
6.4?
that stuff.
Go to
quickly.
Axix and
6.4.
talk to Lily.
Yeah, so, yeah,
Does
it's
she have
around
everything?
there. Like, and chance to convert a T16 to a 17.
Yeah.
And pretty much though, because you're like, okay, what the hell does that mean? Ultimately, when we were like, we've done a whole bunch of sampling. Say at like, here, you're running a red map. You've got like pretty much, or you're at tier 16s. You've got most of your atlas filled in on like an average thing. You're doing kind of like, mid-tier alking a map with some basic investment here, and like you're averaging 1 to 2 scarabs and all that. It's kind of like, how often should you be getting and running a tier 17? And we're kind of aiming for like a 1 in 5 at that point. So obviously when you're juicing, you're getting more than that. But because the drops do have a diminishing return, so 7 or 6.4% or whatever is actually, it's decent. Sure, it might sound low, but like, you can get a decently large amount of tier 16s in a map. So you'll get, the first one has that chance to convert, and then sequential ones have less and less chance.
Yeah.
And again, that was because initially when we were doing it, we were balancing around super juices, and we're like, which means your average person who's just like Alkin going is like pretty much never going to get them, because the differential between those two in terms of item drops is just enormous, right? So
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're balancing around more regular players here and doing diminishing returns instead. It's not a thing we don't often do diminishing returns, but in this case, I think it's warranted to give the average player a better experience.
Yeah.
Or someone who's just playing maps regularly. So what else is there around that? So yeah, as you get more void stones, you get more opportunities to do tier 17s. There's a few other little things about the drops. So for example, a specific map can only drop a specific tier 17.
Oh.
So running different maps to farm. Now this is good and bad. This means if I just want to farm my Crimson Temple or my Cemetery, it means you're getting the same tier 17 always. This isn't necessarily a bad thing. This could be a good thing and a bad thing. Like, it might mean you want the diversity and you want all the different tier 17 tile sets or layouts, but I'd say this gives you that agency. You can now go, I just want this one, or I just want that one, and if you want to do multiple like different maps with different atlas trees and stuff like that, you can do that and aim for different tier 17s. Now that's relevant ideally because you're choosing what boss you want to get, which you can choose the unique they drop, and obviously the tile set, and thus the signature monsters and all that, because some of those can be pretty brutal. But you're also choosing then at that point what uber fragment you're farming.
Yeah.
Because now it's not a 1 tier 17 to 1 fragment ratio. Each boss can drop all fragments, but they are biased towards a specific 3.
Okay.
So if you want to get certain uber pinnacle bosses, you want to farm specific tier 17s to get higher efficiency. And if you want to just get all of them, then you can just map freely. But you have the control there. It's like not completely deterministic, and that's fine. But yeah, you will generally, if you want to be like, I want to target Uber Exarch, then there'll be a specific tier 17 or set of tier 17s that will be better at giving those than the others. So, but eventually you'll trickle all the other ones as well.
So one thing I was wondering about, because obviously right now access to Ubers it's super accessible, right? You just click a button and then you're running the normal imitations. How much less accessible is Ubers going to be now that they are completely split?
Well, obviously a lot less. There's not, well, you could argue like, how common were Guardian maps before versus how common are tier 17s now. You do need 5 of the fragments from the tier 17s. And if we're saying an average player gets 1 in 5 average maps, then to get 5 tier 17s, you need to have be doing 25 maps, 25 tier 16.
Listening to Zizarin interview the
but
game
then the
director
Guardian
for
drops
Path of
were
Exile 1, telling him talking about his philosophies for everything
what
about
was
the
it,
game.
3% base for a Shaper Guardian, and then another 3% from the tree, which is like a 6% chance for one Guardian. Now that's not necessarily, that's like where those generally come from just spamming, and obviously you can invest into heaps of ways to, you know, duplicate your maps and all of that, and you can still technically do a lot of that. But yeah, I'd say almost certainly I'd say they're less accessible, but I wouldn't say by too much.
Okay.
And I'd say the tier 17s are quite challenging as a nice bridge in between that anyway. So it's like, it should be, I think it'll make, I like it in the way that it's going to make it that, yeah, you're doing them maybe a bit more occasionally. You can also still do the non-Uber Pinnacle bosses in the meanwhile, while you're still mapping. You're still getting all of those, and they have exclusive drops. So hopefully the value of doing them is still something.
Yeah.
That might come boss to boss, meta to meta to control that. But yeah, you would ideally be doing some level of like Pinnacle or Uber Pinnacle bosses enough that you're going to feel satisfied. That isn't necessarily like, yes, there are probably some people who are happy just like, you know, trading or doing some sort of, you know, ridiculous strat to get as many as possible and just spamming them all the time. Yeah. And that might now be harder, but also you can still trade for that, and you can certainly, you know, optimize the amount of them you're running. But yeah, the different drops also means
scepter into a wand
if
in
they are
last
more
Epoch?
scarce, it
I
only
don't think
means
so.
that the
I think it
drops
needs to
from
be
them are more valuable
wand
as
to
well,
wand.
which is
Yeah.
obviously a good trade-off that happens. So, yeah, I can't say with certainty one way or the other, but that's kind of generally how it works and our expectations, and it's always changeable. So
yeah, cool. I did want to inquire a little bit about the design philosophy difference there between, obviously, we already in the game right now have normal Itziri, and you run normal Itziri and you get the Uber fragments, versus now this is from a completely different source. I would love to hear you talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, I've talked about this a little bit, but just to reiterate there, effectively, like, what is the fun? Okay, the first time it's kind of fine. If you were to like, I do Shaper X times and now I do Uber Shaper, maybe you fail. Perfect. But let's say you now conquer Uber Shaper and you want to do it more, you want to utilize it, you want to farm from it. And then I'm telling you the way to do that is to farm a bunch of this content that you have already proven completely capable of doing. Like, it just becomes boring. You have to do multiple Shapers to get to do Uber Shaper, and you could argue, well, it's just one. It's still the same problem. I don't want you to have to go and do a bunch of like content that is clearly trivialized to you, like the non-Uber version of Shaper, in order to then be able to do the fight that's worthy of your difficulty. So that's where the tier 17s are the kind of bridge between that difficulty, where like, and because they have randomness and mods, like a tier 17 might be easy and then the next one might be very, very hard. So like, there are going to be points where they have certain modifiers and they actually might even be harder than the Uber Pinnacle, but at least they're different. Whereas like Shaper versus Uber Shaper, like what's like, again, if you've conquered one, the other is just, it's not entertaining really at that point. It's just kind of like,
that's fair,
you know, wasting time for no good reason.
I was also curious about if you are able to give or want to give a indication of the difficulty. Like, obviously they have very different mods, so maybe talk about without mods, but like compared to like Uber's, Elder Guardians, Katarina, like what sort of like difficulty level, like where are they sitting?
They're meant to sit between, you know, between
you want to see
the
me
current,
play last Epoch again?
I'll
be back,
kind of,
buddy.
Ideally
Don't worry.
The kind of halfway mark.
Okay.
I'll be back.
But that, I would say that's like kind of base. But honestly, those modifiers are absolutely freaking hectic. Like you get some combinations and you're just like, yeah, this is brutal.
I'm trying to be
very,
good
very, very swingy. And because you
Diablo
can't get them without
and
modifiers,
last Epoch and POE. I'm trying to be
it's
good
hard
at all
to even
of them.
see them how they are
The only
without
way that's
them.
going to happen is by playing
there's
them.
There's some crazy stuff there. So yeah, it's certainly the easiest ones will be like
The new league starts
hard
on
to get,
Friday. I'm
it's
just
so
practicing.
to quantify difficulty is
What is
very, very
happening?
difficult. Anyway, they're meant to be they're meant to be the penultimate difficulty, right? They're meant to be the second to top tier, but with the modifiers, they easily become harder in some ways, and often in ways that aren't like. I would say the Uber Pinnacle's hardness isn't like difficulty from mods isn't the same as difficulty from mechanics.
Yeah.
Like difficulty from mechanics is more skill oriented. Your capacity for your brain to effectively be multi-threaded, paying attention to several things at a time, all of that. Where like mods can easily become like, you know, I might have to overcome this with gear, I might have to overcome with this build, or maybe I just have to have higher reaction time. Like, there's a big variety there, and it makes it very, very different to be able to quantify. So, like, you could argue it makes it more difficult in an unfair way on some axes, and that is what makes it different. But it certainly is, yeah, like, ideally, without mods, things are extremely tactical, and with mods, things are they're taking in a little bit more, like, character build, and I would say personally, I obviously prefer tactical because then it's just straight up skill. Obviously, I want that. Probably most people want that. But I also like that
I don't think most people want skill to be their determining factor in winning. I think the blasters want skill.
Well, and you can ones that overcome.
I don't think the average person wants to
run every map,
exude
which
skill.
you can see as a downside. But you then go and say, well, I will either trade this away or I will.
This is
make something that
2024.
allows me
People
to
want
conquer this, and I
instant
will overcome this
gratification,
challenge
and they
with
don't
my
want to work
gear
for
and with my
anything.
character. These are cool things that appeal to different play styles and different players. Like, as much as something being skill based is fun for me, having the
I'm here. I'm just
capacity for
listening.
your build and gear to make it like the player that gets the less skill you need is also something that Path of Exile is just all about.
Very interesting.
So getting best of both worlds ideally. But yeah, you always have people very, very divided on this topic as to like, where that is. And yeah, anyway.
And were they affected by your Atlas at all?
Yeah, you can fully juice tier 17s for sure. I do believe the number of fragments is affected by quantity, so having the mods does mean you get more Uber Pinnacles, but you can't remove them. It's just a matter of you do want to juice as much as possible. Obviously not player quantity, it's just the standard like map mod difficulty and doing all that, but you can juice 17s. Tier 17s are twice the size of a regular map. They have so twice as many monsters, generally. They also have more valuable signature. The packs are all generally higher, like effectiveness and value, and so they will drop more items. Wow. I think the mods are all a bit more rewarding as well. I could be wrong about that, but I think that is the case in terms of just quant rarity pack size. But there's the downside of the div cards. They don't drop because they're new, and all the div cards drop in all the existing content. It's not like you're farming them for your divination cards and stuff like that. So you could argue they're less economically, worthwhile in that regard, but they are better in almost every other regard.
But you could use the scarabs, right? Could you use scarabs on tier 17s?
Yeah, that should work. Yes.
So you could do the favored maps.
That one should work, but I'm assuming in a world where not everyone has access to that infinitely.
That's fair.
But,
That's fair. I was just clarifying. Awesome. That's so cool. So on hardcore, I'm running the sulfite nodes that give me damage and max rest in every tier 17.
Yeah, that is. I mean, that is probably kind of what everyone's talking about. I would say like, there's interesting things with that where like you look at that and you're kind of like, yeah, it's not ideal because then it's that exact thing I'm talking about earlier where it's like you don't want people to feel like they have to do a thing. And like, you don't have to, but like, why wouldn't you? So yeah, you get a bit of that going on, and it's like, but on the other hand, it's like,
well, it does have a big opportunity cost.
It is for sure, but it's also like you could see, you get a lot, obviously, like a lot of the people in the office play the game and are like all talking like, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this. And like, you can consider that to be like, oh man, they've already the meta's figured out, which isn't necessarily true. There's going to be heaps of development, but it's so easy to just hear that and be like, we want to change that. Mm-hmm. And I'm certainly of the like, obviously not. Like, you don't release the patch notes, let everyone figure out what they're going to do, and then just maliciously like, see ya. Like, I am not about that. Like, I know this is probably a little bit like,
is this
probably
way better than mine?
Not being the case.
This
but
increased spell damage.
Like, if we post the patch notes and then we change something afterwards, it is with damn good reason.
It also
before
has
the
increased
release.
fire damage.
But yeah, what people also need to understand there is, of course, the patch notes get posted. We're not finished development. Like we are going till Friday. That is how we do things. So things do change, but don't worry, your sulfite node is safe. For now.
Awesome. For now.
That's a 325 problem, if it is even a problem at all.
Cool. How different... Actually, can we Spectre Brutus?
You should be able to spectre all of the tier 17, well, pretty much all the tier 17 monsters. So there's like, what's it called? Like, there's a freaking, what's the
Incarcerator? Wait.
There's all kinds of crazy stuff. I don't know if Brutus is actually very good, but might be funny.
You froze as you were saying there, so we're not 100% sure what you said.
I can't remember. Well, depends where it cut, but either way, yes, you can spectre pretty much every tier 17 monster.
Okay.
You can spectre Brutus. There's like a purifier in there. You can spectre the purifier. His caster form kind of thing, and he's got some skills there. There's others as well. There should be some fun in there for sure. And again, these are higher effectiveness monsters. Like technically, these specters are the new top in terms of at least life. Like they have the highest amount of life compared to every other monster. So if you're looking for just straight detonate dead, that's probably a
oh no,
probably your optimal one right now.
Oh no,
not by much. It's not much more, but
it doesn't need much.
So, I know, but it's not the intention. It's just that they're the hardest monsters in the game, and so that's what happens.
Yeah, I feel that. We'll bring that up more later. But
Yep, I understand the issue there.
Yeah, that was actually a massive increase in my damage.
Yeah, the only thing I was gonna ask there is like, obviously some of the bosses. One of them is like Katarina and like the similar to the synthesis or heist robot and stuff. Like how like different are these? Are they basically completely whole new fights?
There's a lot of familiar mechanics. So Katarina, I'll talk briefly about that because we kind of showed it, but I won't give away too many mechanics. But in the teaser, there were those 3 entities kneeling in front of Katarina. Those are the 3 Abyss Liches. And so she's in a room and there's those, and she releases those over the fight, and each one you kill makes the fight harder going forward, and they come out in a random order. And so that one's pretty drastically changed, but like I won't go into any more detail than that because I want people to actually figure that stuff out and like share. I love it when people are like figuring out how to defeat bosses and what's the best strategies and all that.
Cool.
I don't want to take that away from people.
Well,
yeah,
that's perfect. Next thing is something you specifically wanted to talk about, which I really liked. You were like, I want to talk about this, the bingo.
Yeah, I should bring that up as well because I don't remember half of them.
Yeah.
Let me just find it.
I have it open on stream too, if that helps.
Yeah, I'm just worried. Well, all good. I'll just bring it up so it's bigger.
Yeah, there's a lot of things to go through here.
Holy, there is a lot. So, I brought this up at some point, and I I did a first pass based on instinct, and I actually brought it in MS Paint, and I'm like, I'm gonna just like red scribble through some of these, and you know, the ones I definitely am not doing, and then I did a second pass, and then I was like, you know, what can we actually do? And it's so easy to dismiss things that are like from some philosophy from back when in reality you can just talk about it and be like, okay, there is something we can do to solve the problem. So it's that whole give what they need, not what necessarily. But I will tell you, by the way, this is the best form of feedback that I could possibly receive. 10,000 word essays, stop doing that. I don't read them. Like, what are you doing? Like, I'm not giving up my entire evening to read this thing that has a whole bunch of passive aggressive, or not even passive aggressive, just aggressiveness in it.
Yeah.
Just give me this is obviously what the community team is great for, because they do condense it down. But I'll just point out, if you want to actually like, you know, get me to look at a number of features, this is perfect. Like, there are 24 problems on here that are just like to the point. Give me a solution.
I want to watch this.
Or
I want
give
to
me
see
something,
what this
and
is.
I'm just like, sweet. Let's figure it out. Let's discuss it. Let's make
watch
sure
whatever this
you know
is.
we either have good reason for not doing it or good reason for, or actually, you know, we should reconsider these things. So
10,000 people in chat are now writing bingo sheets. I hope you're aware of this.
Perfect. Like,
Yeah,
actually
that's good.
perfect. It's just, do understand, I will tactically pick the ones so that you can't actually complete the bingo. So no, I won't do that, obviously. But so okay. We did go through these. I'll go through I mean, obviously bottom right one's done. Sweet, perfect. And done before you posted it, so I beat you to it. Except there was probably one of these in the past, so technically I didn't. Teleport shortcut. I was like, for a while I was like, what the heck does that mean? But I'm assuming it means the portal scroll bind.
Yeah,
because that's
portal
what I
scroll
did.
bind. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. So things on here like bigger currency stack sizes did that too. Okay, so we almost got the bingo on the right hand side. We're missing 2. So combat dummy, I'll just talk about that real quick. So I don't. We've actually back and forth on this a bunch, but I don't like that. I like that people can be very creative with a build, and I know we're in the world of POB, but I like that someone can like play a build by feel, and again isn't doing this whole like, because I can now quantify exactly what this build is doing, and if it is below this value, now it is clearly not worth playing. Like, I don't want to squash creativity, and I feel like the moment you have DPS meters and all of that stuff, it does do that, and
people will calculate it anyway. You just put the dummy in the game because people calculate it anyway. You're not stopping anything by removing the dummy. You're just making people tab out of your game. You need to add the dummy.
That one and look, don't get me wrong, I've been on the fence. I almost added that at some point. I've gone back and forth. We were going to do it, like we had mega amounts of arguments about it, but I do believe it makes people less likely to kind of just try things that are fun as opposed to things that are optimized. And you could argue optimizing is fun, but that's not true for everyone. So
I do have a counter.
If optimizing is not fun for you, don't go to the combat dummy and optimize. I think you add the combat dummy. I could refute these easily.
Like, I remember, for example, I was playing Minion Instability Summon Raging Spirits, and I put on, like, they do more damage with low life, and I was like, this definitely doesn't work. Does it work? And people were like, no, it works. And then I messaged Bex at the time, and I was like, am I going crazy? Does this not work? And it was bugged at the time, which stuff like that is a lot more noticeable with an actual target dummy. So that is definitely a good thing.
I would say that having bugs is not a good excuse for having that is the wrong
motivation.
But that's
unavoidable.
Like, that's just us sucking, right? Like, we should just not have that be the case. And obviously, a lot of the reason why people want it is because the stuff isn't as observable in terms of, like, figuring out exactly what your DPS is. Like, just on, like, the character stat sheet isn't giving enough information, especially when it comes to something like minions and all of that. And that is all stuff we need to just make better. I know PoE 2 is taking mega strides right now to get that stuff accurate. Like, the numbers you see is what you get. And we probably, once that is in a good place, I could see a world where we, do an update on PoE 1 for that to make sure it's done the same. But anyway, it's easy to talk about a single point forever, so we can either move on or not. I mean, you get my stance on it. I agree. A lot of people aren't going to agree with me, and that's completely fine. You don't have to. And maybe one day I will be swayed. The going up the line, the auras no longer reset on death. We're definitely doing it in PoE 2, so I don't see a reason why we can't do that in PoE 1.
Okay.
I would say that's on the light.
The reason I think you should do this is not testing a player's skill. To just reactivate your buffs when you die. I had to do this all the time on my tornado shot. It was just effing annoying. But there's no skill involved here. You're just annoying me for no reason.
There, which I do see being quite a strong. There's probably after this league,
there's
I can
no
see
skill in
during this league,
reactivating your
auras.
auras.
We start to really think about and develop because,
like a little
I can see
rucksack.
that being a problem. I mean, we can have like a little map device rucksack, not a character one. But, the sorting. Well, that's been sorting private stash tabs and inventory. That's certainly been a hot topic internally of late, and we've been back and forthing on that. I'd say you got flip of a coin as to whether or not that's going to make it in soon. So, we'll see. I'm not personally against that one. I am a little bit with inventory.
Is this the
I don't want that
Tetris
feature to
button?
bloat out into like item filter territory where you've got millions of
Is this
options
the
and
is this the
customizing of how it
Tetris
works.
button?
So like I would be okay with like a basic, this is how it, like it just, here's the sorting algorithm, you're given what you're given, and like, you know, it sorts it in some way, but I wouldn't want it to be you can bring up some menu and get all into that. I don't like that thing. I
Yeah.
think that's, again, part of this adding complexity where it isn't really needed. And I know a lot of people are going to ask for that, so even if that feature does happen...
I think just sorting the Tetris problem is good enough for me. It doesn't need to have additional functionality to it.
Given my opinion on that, I am kind of keen. It's just a matter of getting it right before we do it. So I would say you can expect... I would even not be surprised if 325 can get something there.
Oh.
Color-coded affixes. Are you talking on items or are you talking under monster affixes?
So I've
I don't
only
know,
brought
it depends
this
on the
up
roadmap.
as a point about maps, but I mean, I could see people wanting them on items too, like +1 gems and stuff like that.
Like,
Both, I guess.
Recently, someone did ask me about it, and I was kind of like, look, try it out, but I don't want it to like look... It can certainly look real bad and look cheap. And you could argue, well, I don't care how it looks. I just care how it, if I get the information. I agree that is like ultimately the importance, but at the other hand, I'd like to try and find a way that doesn't compromise it to make it just look like a kind of what did we call it? Like a clown something, you know?
Yeah.
Like, your classic, just like, well, here's a rainbow of stuff on the item, and you're like, oh, what the? It can just make items feel real inelegant, and it's that's the only real hesitancy from me. But I
What about
understand why
symbols?
people want it. Possibly. Well, this is... It is an option. It might result...
On maps, I would love if I could just see, if I could mark a few maps where I can't run this affix. Or if I see this in red text, I can't run the map. That would be very, very valuable for me.
Probably the people who would have that off by default, the people
Yeah.
it's most useful for, and then you get into a bit of like, is this actually, you know, solving the problem, and then how much of a problem is it really? But, you know, I consider that low-hanging fruit compared to a lot of these, to be honest.
That's right.
Itemized Ashling Slam, well, we've done that, but we also took one away, which I know has been a point
Yeah.
of controversy.
Oh, the
I
death
did wanna
recap.
talk
I
about
can't
that too,
I can't
and
wait to hear what he
You did mention it
says.
during the Ziggy podcast or like the Q&A at the end, but obviously I've seen so much talk about it, and I think I'll get lynched for not asking, but so many people were wondering if we could have both.
I would... Well, yeah, my personal thing is still I would like to remove crafting bloat where possible, where it is not like kind of super mainstream, as in like it's coming from a league or belongs to a league. But I also don't want to just infinitely add crafting things to the game and never be able to take stuff away, because it is, I'd say, one of the most fearful things about PoE and players coming into the game is the complexity. And I think that ultimately, yes, you could argue the passive tree and whatnot, but I think the item crafting is probably one of the more daunting things, because it is there are so many different things and you don't know what to really do, and it can be very, very scary. I mean, I know this is like a low... You could argue, it's just one item, you know, we're not talking about a system here. But on the other hand, like, any space or design space I can clear to do something else and do it differently and better, I do want to take those opportunities. And design space is valuable. Like, it is very, very important for us to clear design space. And like, an interesting one, like, thinking of just sextants, removing sextants now frees up more design space for us to use things on the Atlas itself. And again, that adds complexity.
Yeah.
Of course it does. But we still have to add content, and a game at this point, like, I mean, you can't just stop adding content. And so, yeah, taking these opportunities to remove things so that we can reevaluate that design space and add something new is a huge victory for us, even though I can see that from a player's perspective, it's like you're taking away, because the delayed reaction of when the thing then gets added in its place doesn't happen at the exact same time. So it happens later. So my main point is I want people to understand the value of creating a gap, and creating a gap, letting people then adapt to the gap not being there to then add something back that's even better is very valuable when it comes to like game design and game development. Unless you just want to actually bloat the features of your game to the point of absolute ridiculousness, which you could argue PoE is getting there. And so like we're certainly in an era where adding stuff can be quite dangerous, because when you go look at like people's you want new players. You can't just not bring in new players. That's the death of a game, right? You obviously want your existing ones, but you also need new people, because eventually people are going to taper off. And so when the number one problem with Path of Exile is complexity, when it comes to new players starting the game, should be that it is very important to us, the players, to everyone, that we are taking opportunities to remove complexity from the game.
There's so many people in Path of Exile where when I made the point that he exactly did, that bringing new people is critical for PoE, and removing the bloat and making their experience better should be a high priority for them. I have heard it from 100 different people that grinding gear games philosophy is the opposite of that. And I can just prove that you are completely wrong and lying, because he just said exactly what I have just been saying for multiple months. So everyone who said that, you just heard from the game director of PoE 1 that removing bloat and bringing if they don't bring in new players, that PoE will die, and that making their experience better is a top priority for them. So everyone who told that to me for months I've been arguing with, you're just lost. Because that's exactly what he just said.
We could,
Thank
or
God.
it depends if you want to hold out for the rest of the bingo, and then we can just call it there. There's probably the amount of work piling up for me, and
Okay, right.
It's up to you, really. If you want to break, I'm easy to do it as well.
It just depends how much more longer you're willing to go, because there's a lot of things we wanted to talk about.
Well, we're probably just not going to get through it all, I'd say. So I reckon let's just finish the bingo and move on, just because otherwise there's going to be a bunch of changes to the game.
Let's do that. We don't do break
so,
then. We no break. We just keep going.
Yep. Let's do it. Tank it. Yep. Okay. Well, larger inventory space. You've heard my debates on that one, especially with Rucksack, Jonathan, and Chris and stuff, and our internal battles. I like inventory pressure. You could argue. Most people are not going to argue this, but you could argue there's too many items dropping, and that's the main problem. And more so, there's too many items that you feel like you need to pick up. Like, there's that huge eternal, like, why are we not reducing the amount of items and making them higher quality? And I still want to achieve that, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Like, I definitely want to do it. It is just another one of those things I was talking about earlier, where if you remove all the scarabs, or you mess up all the scarabs, the game's dead, right? Because the end game's now dead, right? If you mess that up badly, if you mess up the item system, it's also just GG, right? Like, it is not the kind of thing you can get wrong.
Yeah.
So I definitely still want to do the whole, like, you shouldn't need to by day 2 be. I know I'm talking about in-game people, but you shouldn't by day 2 have to be filtering out 99% of item drops and all of that. It's ridiculous. Like, I want it to be that a filter is... Obviously, you still always will filter items. I want it to be that a filter's purpose is to format items, but not to necessarily... And I'm not saying I'm going to change...
So, my question is, so he says that he likes inventory pressure. My question would be, like, not in a dick way, but my question would be, why? Why is inventory pressure important? That's something that I genuinely don't understand. Why is that pressure important?
That are more impactful, and thus reduce the kind of need for the whole inventory space to always feel larger. But on the other hand, I do believe that is an interesting pressure to have.
Play the game, or go back to town and throw it in your stash and then go play the game?
I know it's similar to, like, sockets, where people perceive socket pressure as bad. Socket pressure is more that it's imbalanced between certain builds, but socket pressure is good. Like, you shouldn't just be able to have every single skill in the entire game equipped all at once.
I agree with that.
It's necessarily beneficial. Pressures and limits are good. It means you have to make different decisions, and you have constraints, and you have to actually think about it. And that these are good things that make the game a game you play,
keep or not to
as
keep.
opposed to
People
just
keep
a
everything.
thing that's like background processing. Like, a lot of people, after driving for so long, don't even remember. You don't remember the drive, because it just becomes this kind of... I don't know if this is a good comparison, by the way, but it's just something that came to mind. you don't remember. I don't remember what the hell happened when I drove in this morning, because nothing eventful happened, right? And you want these events to be happening that are actually triggering emotional responses and are causing you to make decisions, not subconsciously, but actually consciously. Otherwise, again, you're not playing a game. You're just like going through some background processing on some things. You should engage, you should play, you should do actions and do things that are meaningful and not just...
I don't think the inventory space should be that you can pick up items nonstop for 1 hour and then you have 1,000 items in your inventory. But in POE, when I go through a map, I usually in a juice T16 map, I can't pick everything up from a single map. That's my problem.
You shouldn't just be able to just completely streamline the game to the point where you don't even need to look at the screen anymore, really. And like I understand with like item filters, you can kind of just play with like a peripheral vision on a mini map and using mini map icons to play, and then your item filter will tell you when a big item drops due to the sound. And I'm generally against things that mean that you're not actually looking at the game world, looking at your character, deciding what's going on around you. And I know that is very, very hard to achieve with the level of ruckus that goes on towards the high end game. But at least you've earned that. You've earned that. You've chosen to do that, and you're putting more effort into running maps and configuring maps and itemization and gear before you're doing that. And it's easy to ask for that to be the default all the time. And I think that would actually just destroy the game. I don't think there would be that is not... I don't consider that to be fun if that is the norm always. Earning it, perfectly good. So anyway, a bit of a rant there and a bit tangential, but
they're pretty enjoyable to listen to. I like it. And I agree, like choices are important. What's the next one?
Death recap. So Jonathan's talked about this in POE 2 a little bit, and we definitely want to do it. I've been trying to figure out how to do it lately, and I think the easiest we can do, and I'm curious if this is enough, because I know everyone's going to want like exactly what skill and exactly this and this. Well, most people actually might want a frame by frame replay with logging and all that. And like, there is an easier solution, which is that we probably can do something like either time or the last time you were on full life, and by that I mean ignoring reservation. Life, mana, like energy shield, like you're full on resources. What damage you took from what monster, and at the point of death, what debuffs you had on you. But we can't have like, here's how much the debuff was doing, and we can't be like, the skill did this much damage and all that. Like giving names and identities to the skills is hard, but just saying what monster contributed what damage is something that's a lot more easier.
That's
or a lot
huge.
easier.
That's pretty huge.
And then I guess on the death screen, you'd have something you can pop open and it would have effectively a grid by monsters and by like damage types probably, and then a list of like you were affected by this debuffs when you died. I would say that is like within reason. But then, yeah, you obviously get the whole, like... even then, that has complexities, because we have the concept of a daemon, which is effectively an environment hazard, or like a lot of the Arch Nemesis mods, and well, now just rare monster mods, but, you know, the whole lightning storm and all that. That's technically not the rare monster doing the damage. That's just like some invisible other monster. So we're going to have to go through and name all of those correctly so that they appear as like lightning storm modifier and stuff like that we're going to have to do. And it will get some weird inconsistencies. But I think you'll get kind of 90 to 95% of what you want. And that might just be enough. It's just there will be sometimes times where you're just like, I'm dead and I don't know why. And we can't provide the best answer. Like if it was from a dot, you can be like, I was affected by this dot. And I took some damage, but you'd have to interpret, okay, the dot killed me. That did most of the damage and stuff like that. And there are ways, but yeah. Anyway, so I'm all for it. It's just been complex. And I don't think that getting it perfect is enough of an excuse to not get it 90% of the way there right now.
Right. Cool. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people at this point will take anything. We're very excited for that. The next one is larger inventory space.
No, we're going down. I was doing some weird pathing.
Okay.
Persist master mission selection. Well, not a problem anymore.
Yeah,
it's gone.
Gone.
Minimap mechanic icons. I I have two states of minds about this one, but mostly, I mean, like, we got it added for
I
strong
don't even know what
boxes.
that means. Oh,
Someone suggested it in-house.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, yeah, of course, let's add it. But again, it goes back to that, like, I don't want the game to be, I look at a mini-map and I play off the mini-map. Obviously, that's very important right now. But I would rather... So PoE 2 does a thing that I think is very, very good, which is that minimap icons do not appear until they are within your fog of war radius. And so right now, there's this thing where area transitions have like a radius of 250 units, which is just freaking megalithic, right? 25 meters or whatever. And they just appear, and you're like, oh, now I know where I'm navigating. Whereas in PoE 2, you have your fog of war, which is effectively your screen, and you actually have to see the object before it appears on the minimap. And I think this is very, very, very good. I think that the way it has changed how you play is hugely win. So I'm all for having more stuff on the minimap. Well, I don't actually know how much more stuff needs to be there, because I will explain, I don't like monsters on the minimap.
Okay.
Because I don't want you to just position the monster on the edge of your screen and then just shoot off screen and hit it. And so you knowing it's exact, you can kind of do that already, I understand, but I don't, in some contexts it's fine, but in most cases I am actually kind of against having it that monsters are on the minimap. Like, I just don't think that it, again, I want you to look at your screen and I see the monster and know it's there. And if the concern is the monster's off screening you, well, that's just us sucking. So let's just not make that a case. And if there are bosses that are off screening you all the time, then we should fix it. Now, one thing that will solve this, which is another one on here, it's the next one, not really, it's skipping, is the boss health bar. I want to do static life bars very, very badly. I think it is one of the best features in PoE 2.
It's very nice.
I want to do it, and here's the thing, you will know when a boss is nearby, because the static life bar in theory should appear.
Yeah.
And I want that to be a very good signaling and to not have to use the minimap for it.
Now, to be fair, that was one of my favorite features of Metamorph, was actually seeing the monster packs. Like, that was really enjoyable.
Well, I can see why it is considered useful, but I mean, I see people arguing about this a little bit, but again, it's that whole, I want you to look at the monsters. I want you to look at the things, and you could argue you can't, but I want you to actually like.
It wasn't anything about off-screen or anything for me. For me, it was like the packs that burrow and stuff. Like, I always found that really annoying, like the sand skitters and stuff like that. Like, that was so nice in Metamorph.
Well, okay, in the context of Metamorph, because you are really promoting, you want to collect all the organs. That's a very different story. But like a random, I don't even know what, but like, let's say your random packs that are replaced by map bosses. Like, I don't think those need to have minimap icons, right? Like, why would they? You just come across it or you don't. It's not needed to complete an objective, so to speak.
Right.
Whereas like on Metamorph, it's kind of like if you miss one of those, you could spend the next 10 minutes searching for monsters and be like, my God, this is so frustrating. Because you don't want to then do your Metamorph encounter until you've found them all.
I see that.
I would say they're different contexts for sure, but there might be some contexts that deserve it that I am not thinking about. Like, I don't want to just be like, no, never in any. It is contextual, and there possibly are. But again, at least for bosses and stuff appearing, I want that to be static life bar driven. I'm going to start doing that, but that's again a thing where the fear has been that unless we do all of them, it's not worth doing any of them.
Oh, okay.
But I think I just need to get away from that and start doing it in categories. So, for example, we could do anything that's in a fixed arena is easier, but like the trouble I have. Okay, you go city square map, you got twinned map bosses, you've got Maven where she spawns 2 extra bosses. I mean, how am I displaying 8 life bars?
Right.
And so the question is it the 3 closest? And then at what point is it useful?
Yeah,
like,
the same for the fear.
You know,
I get that.
The UI is going to turn into a disaster. And we might have to figure that out anyway, because I don't want to have it that you can't have a decent amount of bosses in PoE 2. But, you know, you could argue it's the 3 closest or the X closest or the 3 that you've last damaged. But then with AoE, you're going to get flickering like crazy, like just swapping between them, and it won't really be relevant. It could be the 3 that have damaged, or it could be that when one damages you, it overrides one that hasn't damaged you. But I think the simplest is I just try the 3 closest or the X, however many closest, and then we see where that goes, because it's still better than nothing, I would say.
Especially for like, just even if all we got it for was like the pinnacle bosses, like the Ubers and those, that would make a big difference already, like Cyrus, etc.
Yeah. For sure. It's just that once we have the static boss bars, it allows us to do a lot more stuff with like the debuff icons underneath them and all of that stuff, and that is so useful information.
Yeah.
Not all debuffs, but the important
Yeah,
ones.
the
that matter,
Legion
which is the
generals
CPOE
killed me
2
off
getting a lot
screen a
of.
million
Yeah.
times.
And I think that is, and so that's where it's like I kind of want them everywhere. But yeah, I was gonna start with like Ubers, Pinnacles, and then work down to like Axe bosses, and then go from there and start getting the more fundamental ones. But it's actually kind of easy to do the campaign because you don't have so many bosses all at once.
Yeah.
It's when you then should a breach boss have it? Should a Legion general have it?
Yeah.
Should a I don't really know these answers, and then it's like all of a sudden it's not just uniques. Like, should a Rogue Exile have it? Well, probably not, right?
Definitely less
what's
a
the
priority
point?
on those. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it's just we should start doing the ones. I'm kind of I'm slating that at least a part way doing it for 325. So
Yeah.
yeah, that'll be nice, and then you'll know when a boss is nearby and within radius and all that. Which will help, and then alleviate the need for minimap icons on them as well, because there'll be something else on your screen telling you they're there. And
Awesome.
of course, the music will hopefully change in most cases at the same point.
Yeah.
Okay, what's next? Well, more tab affinities. Kinda, I think I'm just at a no with that one. So the hard rule is here where we do not want everything to have an affinity.
Mm-hmm.
And the only things left really are equipment, kind of jewels. We've kind of run out of like room to add more there. We do not want to do that.
What
every single
affinities
thing
are
is
really
just automated.
even missing here?
That's the same thing on the. I don't know if this is in here, but it's in the same kind of category as there. One-click transfer inventory to stash.
Yeah.
There have been many an arguments of item weight, and it is a very nebulous concept, and whether or not it matters and all that. But there are certain lines that we certainly do not want to cross, even at this point, where I am kind of okay with the sorting your stash, because I don't think that actually demeans weight in a way that is substantial. And everyone is subjective. Everyone has their opinion on how much an item should weigh and what that is. And a lot of people think that they should be weightless. But again, we want it to be that you are engaging with these things. You're looking at these things. You are making conscious decisions about these things. And I understood you putting them into a clicking them into a quad tab. You still later have to sort them out, so you can delay when you're dealing with the weight currently, but at least the weight isn't necessarily removed. But mass manipulation of items all at once on non-fungible, so non-stackables, non-currency, etc., is just a line that we're not currently willing to cross because we feel like it makes it too much of a spreadsheet ultimately at the end of the day.
Yeah. You don't want it to be an idle game.
And then we're pretty much at the point where the only affinities that aren't there are equipment. I'm pretty sure, right? Like maybe missing. There may be some very select
tattoos, incubators.
Incubator. Because there's a thing there for asking for an incubator stash tab. I would rather, by the way, just have it that there are less incubators that are more powerful, because like there is a
lot of bad ones.
There is a lot right now that drop. It kind of gets a little bit out of control.
Incubators.
Yeah.
Those were so annoying
ideally
for me,
lessening
man.
the need
Got
for so many
10,000
of them, would be a better thing there and making them better.
Awesome.
But anyway, that's my perspective on that one. What's the persist rare mob? Well, I'm assuming the persist rare mob is you effectively want some sort of static life bar for rare monsters.
Yeah.
I mean, we're already talking about having issues with space for that. Like you can get rares and bosses in the same space. It comes down to the same issue, honestly. And then like you can get 10 rares at once. And I is it the last one you damage? But when you're AoEing and chaining and shit's going everywhere, like
that's hard.
You're not really controlling which one. So it's the same real problem. Reroll Uber fragments. Well, I guess we solved the one that was contextual to this, and we have introduced a new need for someone to add this to the next bingo through the Uber Pinnacle ones. Because of the way we chose to do the target farming instead of having the reroll, so that you can bias towards farming certain ones instead of needing to reroll. It might be that something like that is needed later, but again, I don't want it to be that in order to do all the boss content, you have to engage with Harvest. I think that if we wanted to do that, I'll do it through some core system. Or a recipe as opposed to that. We talked about the one above and the one above. So passive tree planner.
Yeah, because it looked like we were going to get that at one point.
Yeah, okay. What I want to be able to do is the basic functionality of import someone's tree, if you choose, or just forward plan your own, and that's it. I don't want to try and do what POB is doing, because that is just going to do it better, and it's also going to just make that screen add a feature that is the most beyond complicated thing you've ever seen ever. But you should certainly be able to just be like,
I could actually think of a reason to not implement this passive treat planner, because, for example, if you're fighting like a particular, if you're going through mapping, let's say you're just mapping without chaos res, right? You're just going through and deleting T16s. Then all of a sudden you're fighting a boss, an uber boss, and you need to have the most jacked defenses, and you need like 75 chaos res, or you need to cap your spell suppression or something with like certain jewels or whatever. If they introduce the passive treat planner, as I understand it, you would be able to press one button and switch to like a boss mode, which would be very, very different from POE, like, or current day POE, right? Where you have to go in and respec everything and just to be able to kill the boss. People would flip. I don't know. Maybe they would be okay with that, but I don't know if they would be okay with you literally changing your build from like a very, very good mapper all of a sudden into a boss killer. They're meaning a planner like POB and not a loadout? Oh, I thought they meant like an actual loadout. As in a guide. So does he just mean literally that you can make a planner on POE and then import it into the game or something?
It's valuable.
Awesome.
Yeah. Okay, incubator stash.
Okay, I
we
thought they
kind
were
of talked
talking about,
about
like, a
it's a problem
planner
with too
being,
many
like, the
incubators right now.
loadouts.
I'd say like it just shouldn't be necessary for you to need that, and like I would hate to have to sell that. Like you shouldn't have to pay for that. Yes, it's not essential for a league, so by all rules, if we were to have one, you'd have to pay for it, and so it should just be we solve that problem the proper way.
Okay.
We will do the one click to pop harvest node. There's just some small gameplay things I need to work around, but we may as well do that. That one's a pretty trivial at the end of the day. I mean, you're just saving that extra slightly delayed click. But
nice.
I never understood why you had to click
halving
it
the
twice.
clicks matters. So
that does.
V to corrupt essence. Well, V to corrupt essence. I'm not okay with the V, but I am okay with the button. I don't like how many things conflict with V, and it gets a little bit scary when you got too many of them, and it's unclear now what V will do in some situations. And I don't just like adding keybinds for hyper-specific content.
Yeah.
But I do want the button. So yeah, we're going to put like a little remnant of corruption symbol next to the essences, and if you have one in your inventory, it appears, and you can just click it. So at least saves the open inventory. I am trying to get away from. I know technically you can clear around an essence, take a moment, open your inventory, do it, which means it's technically not the same problem. But I'm trying to get away from as many I have to open my inventory during combats as possible.
Awesome.
Then again, strong boxes are fundamentally kind of, that is what they kind of entail. And then I don't like.
I think
you
that's
could
a bit
argue,
different though. We don't see that many people complain about strong boxes either.
Yeah, and a lot of the main thing there is because you can kind of get them to just be rare by default and stuff like that, and so you don't have to feel like you alch them. But also alching them is not even necessarily yielding you an extra alch in terms of rewards. It is worth noting that there are scarab modifiers on strong boxes now, so like you'll get scarabs through that means as opposed to strictly on the operatives box.
Yeah,
I think we actually removed the operatives box and moved all the mods to everything else. But yeah, I don't feel like that one's necessary personally either, but the essence thing is certainly more annoying for sure, the remnant. So
yeah.
Anyway, I think that's the whole set of those. So yeah, there's a good handful of them that should be looking like a 325 feature.
I think you're actually getting half of them.
Maybe even more. And these are things, again, I just want to remind, like we wouldn't have budged on this a year ago, even 6 months ago necessarily. And, you know, we are certainly
okay, so here's the Atlas
stance, and
but
especially
this is
POE2
Atlas
really
passive.
is the thing causing us to
it's
do
not
all
the
of that,
actual passives.
to really reevaluate our
and we
core
got those
beliefs and
this
make sure
week
that
on
we're
Friday,
not just
right?
holding on to or becoming the dinosaurs, as we like to say.
Well, I have a few quickfire things I can ask you about as well that people are very curious about. Warcries, can we use 2 of them like automating?
No. I believe all the descriptions have been updated to be more clear as well, but No, because it's the same as call to arms, so they all share a cooldown. If you can only put one with call to arms, and then it goes off. And I think it's probably the first one in the sockets is my guess, but putting 2 is pointless.
Right. Okay. Melee and like, for example, feeling forced to use like the ancestral totems. Also problems with socket pressure.
Agreed. Very hard to solve. I've been trying to think about this for a long time. I'm going to raise it's on my 325. It's a tier 1 feature on my 325 list of things I want to get sorted. That doesn't mean it's happening, but like it certainly means I'm taking it seriously. And I don't just mean the totems. Like you could argue nerf the totems, buff everything else. There are more problems than that. And it's a very hard one to get right. Everyone has so many different opinions of what's wrong with it. And like it's scary. There is some stuff we can do, and we should take small strides instead of the right ones, but I just need to make sure that instead of the big strides, just because they're probably right. But like we built POE 2 to fix melee. You know what I mean? Like it is so hard to actually. It depends what you mean though, because if you want it to feel like moment to moment visceral melee combat, you can't have that in a game that is this fast. It's just not possible. Because it's too fast.
He's talking about
your
the
strikes
totems?
can't matter. Your like the feel of your hits aren't going to matter.
Well,
it's just not.
Grand Slam Impaler was honestly did feel really good even in a fast game. To be fair.
Right, but okay, so that's where you come down to like, we add builds that promote playing slower.
Yeah.
But again, it depends what you're after and what you mean, because a lot of people just mean like, the problem with melee is the totems, and some people's problem with melee is just that, I don't know, it could just be a numerical balance problem simply, and other people's is just the feel and clunkiness, and there's so many. So I want to make sure I definitely understand the problems that are the most problematic, and then go from there and see how we can. But I do think it needs something pretty grand to.
So when I played Bone Zone, and everyone was telling me how mandatory the totems were for being a melee class, it doesn't even make any sense to me. Forget PoE. Just wipe PoE out of your mind. Let's just say you're going to make a game where you melee things, and part of meleeing something is laying down a totem. I feel like a gardener, like I'm sprouting up all of my little flowers so then I can smack something with a hammer. It doesn't make any sense to me. Like, from a fantasy perspective, why do melees lay down totems at all? Why does that even help them? So I definitely in the opinion that totems don't belong in melee play.
Because like ultimately it comes down to the same problem of here's all the changes we feel like we need to make, and here's the ones we actually have the time to make.
Well, right, guys. You don't need to convince me how important the totems are. Right, I know that they're really powerful. They draw aggro, they buff your skills. My point is, he's talking about design-wise. What is the problem? Some people say it's the totems. Some people say it's something else. Well, in the one league that I played it, I had no fucking idea why I'm laying I know why I'm laying totems, because it's OP. But why the fuck am I laying totems? I'm a melee character. I'm not a shaman.
And buffed, and like doing that is fine, but doing that, ideally you design a system around that doesn't achieve that, require that to be necessary. But yes, sometimes it is still the right answer to band-aid until we do that. So I would just say that it is probably just a matter of it's been missed on time. It is just a resourcing.
I have 15,000 hours
crossed my mind too many times
on Elemental Shaman in WoW. I laid more totems than anybody ever in the history of video games. But I don't want to be laying totems when I'm playing Bone Shattered Jug.
Sure.
Cool. And then I guess as a final thing, which we were not going to cover even half of everything we planned out, but you wanted to mention a few teasers for things that could be possible for the next gauntlet.
Oh yeah, well, you and I had a brief discussion, but again, like the main issue we've had, honestly, is that the sooner I know, the more I can do, because I can work that around. I can do if I like the ideas enough, I'll do it in my free time. Like I'll just go home and do it. Right? Instead of playing one night, I will just do stuff there one night because it's fun. So yeah, I mean, we discussed doing having it so that for the gauntlet we customize like the designs, what the skills of the bosses do, and so you get like the different version of the Exarch. Maybe his bullet hell works differently. You're adding different skills and stuff like that. Like we may as well. Like it's pretty easy to do. So doing a whole new animation on the creature is expensive. That's a new animation. That's a new probably new effects, new audio, heaps of stuff like that. But reusing existing effects, reusing existing animation. So like changing the shape, the pattern of a bullet hell, trivial. Spawning minions, trivial. Changing how minions are spawned, trivial. Things like, for example, the Searing Exarch's like barrage of mortars. You could certainly have a thing where they impact the ground, then they sit there, or they maybe turn into proximity mines, or they turn into volatiles, or they, after a delay, will do the mortar again and delay again. And so, like, you could even have it that they have a 20% chance that every single time they hit the ground, then for the rest of the fight, they will every X seconds bounce again, targeting you every time. And so, like, as you get more and more of that skill use, that you get effectively a soft and rage kind of thing, which is that boss doing, that. Like, that's just a random example of just, off the top of my head kind of thing.
Very cool.
That stuff's trivial to do. But then we're talking about developing for the gauntlet instead of developing for the whole game. And obviously that can be controversial, and that's why I'm talking about getting in early and spending bonus time to kind of do that. Because it's still cool. It's still fun. People love that. People watch it. And like, yeah, I mean, we can do it. And there's the other thing is like, we might be able to then find a way to integrate that stuff into core games somehow, like some sort of alternate way of doing the fight. Something that you've mentioned in the past is like having modifiers that specifically manipulate how boss skills work. Things like that can be things that we could do with that, and we could make it a feature that everyone can now, get their hands on. So.
I did see somebody was asking as well, do you play the Gauntlet ever?
Generally not, because it's generally running at the point in time where I'm at like peak level busy.
Yeah.
And if I got to do, I don't like to half-ass things like that. So if I don't get to do it, like at the start of a league, obviously a lot of my time is towards designing the next league, figuring out exactly what we're doing, figuring out exactly all of this stuff, like discussion upon discussion. But I generally go back to 40 hours a week, and I generally get to play. But to my own fault, I certainly, after the first month of that, sometimes more, I double, triple my work hours pretty comfortably, and I just get fully into it. And that is at the point where I'm now like, I can't play games. I don't really get a lot to do. And my choice, I like to do it. So technically I could not, but I also am not going to compromise the game where like I want the game to be as best as it can be all the time. And so I am, of course, going to be, getting into it around that point. Plus also preparing the live stream is like, that takes like a full month. It's a lot of work preparing that.
I bet.
Like preparing all these teasers, and lately I've started running around the office instead of walking, so I'm saving a little bit of time. But it stresses people out a little bit because they think something's going on. So I'm weighing up whether or not that's actually worth it. But I figure I was like, I need to get here. I'll just jog there instead. And people are like, oh, something's happening. What's going on? So yeah, I'm.
There's gonna be a running marquee mode now.
Oh, it's good. It's fine.
That's
There was a dancing one from Once Upon a Time.
There
There's
was?
a few dancing ones out there, so a running one's not too bad.
That's funny. Awesome. We will let you go there. Thank you so much. This is way more time than I thought we would take as well. Thank you so much for doing this. We super appreciate it. I hope everybody in chat liked it. And yeah, thank you so much for lending us your precious time and talking about everything.
Yeah. So that was a pretty godly, I thought that was pretty godly. You can see the level of passion from, what's his name, Mark? From the You can see his knowledge on so many of these conversations. You know, he's like had like 30 meetings on all of these things over the years of people asking, fix this, fix that. No, change your philosophy to this. No, change your philosophy to that. You can tell he's like heard it all like 10,000 times. He's just speaking very plainly. He used to be a top racer, did he? Could he like kick the shit out of people in the game? That's pretty damn awesome, actually. So now we need to start going down here and get this stuff. The POE community got pissed back in the day and he had to quit. Why? Because he was working at Grinding Gear Games and also racing. Am I going to play this league? Yes. So I got this witch to 51 actually pretty comfortably. I'm actually surprised at how much easier this is than the gauntlet. Like, I really wasn't paying too much attention, and we're still in Act 6 and haven't had too many scary moments. My build is very, very strong early game. I mean, that's what it feels like. But yeah, compared to playing the gauntlet, this is so much easier. But I'm also much better at the game. God, it doesn't feel like it. I feel like I'm constantly confused and don't know what to do, but... there's so many people who subbed. Let me just quick machine gun them here. Nithhog, Jim, Quanap, Severus, heal me please. Mboozy. Did I say that right? Mboozy, Xenia. Did I say that right? Thank you so much for the 200 bits. Tect. Did I say that right? Dorian. Glad to be back for another month. What build will I be playing on the new league? I'm going to try to play Detonate Dead, but I need to get to the actual Detonate Dead part to see how bad it is. Like how rough it is to play, because it's 2 buttons, and I have a very small brain. I don't think I can do 2 buttons, but we'll see. MJKT. I don't know. Thank you so much for the Prime, man. Rory, thank you as well. Will they change how many flasks they have for PoE 2? Not sure that they will. I'm not sure if they feel like they did it wrong in PoE 1. The highest corruption is like 350. Majestics. I think I'm at like 350 on my Necromancer. Yeah, it's good stuff, Venom. Good things are happening. You don't have to piano utility flask anymore, thank God. Are most things additive or multiplicative in Last Epoch? Well, usually in the tooltip, it'll tell you if it's multiplicative. So when you get 30% spell damage in Last Epoch, I believe it adds it to your other spell damage, and then that creates a multiplier, which multiplies the amount of spell damage that you do. Unless it states otherwise. Yeah, I think they took the same thing. If it's multiplicative, they have different prefixes. It's like they have names for them. Someone in chat's gonna know this. More versus increased. I missed the ending.
I hope people got a bit of insight into how stuff works and how I think. I want people to know how I think. I think that's important, and I want hopefully people see, even if they don't agree with me and what we're doing here, that at least see that I definitely give a shit. I give a shit more than probably everyone. I have I've put, you know, nearing like many tens of thousands of hours into this game, playing and working. I might even be over 100,000 hours at this point. I don't want people to think that that we don't give a shit or anything. And I hope that going forward, people are seeing a lot more of what they deserve to see, as opposed to just like, you know, here's a league and here's a random other side feature, and it's a lot more responsive. But yeah, cheers. I hope.
100,000 hours. 100,000 hours, that's... How many hours are in a year? Anyway, we don't need to dwell on the 100K hours part. The point was there that he's dedicated his life to the game. This is another thing that people I think just don't understand about me as a content creator. It's simple. For me, it's like people can't quite understand. Like yesterday or the other day on the podcast, like Darth Microtransaction made a comment and he said, you want to know what? I'm not stressed out. If Diablo 4 doesn't succeed, I'm not stressed out. I'll just go to the next game and it'll be fine. And then I said, I am stressed out. Like, that does stress me out. It's not like if Diablo 4 fails, that will not end my career. If Diablo 4 fails, I can just go play another game. Even in my free time, that's fine. The reason why it stresses me out is this has been actually my life, like much more than just the content creation. It's how I met my friends. It's what I did as a little kid. Like, this shit matters so much more to me. It's so much deeper than it's the game I like to play or it's my current occupation. It's this was a huge, massive part of my life. So it does matter to me. So I definitely feel similar to how Mark feels about Path of Exile. I wouldn't say it's how I feel directly about Diablo 4, but it's how I feel about gaming in general. Gaming for me is so important. It's so much more important to me than 99.99999% of people. I don't know. I know very few people in the world that like gaming as much as I do, because I literally spent all my time doing it. I know a lot of people that love gaming. But that love of gaming is not the same as mine. It's not close at all. It's not the same. So I definitely understand what he's saying there. When all these things don't go well, it does stress me out. Not from a financial perspective, not from a my career is ending perspective, just from a I just love games perspective. Am I going to open a store with these hoodies? I've been told by so many people to monetize hoodies. I can make so much money. I'm waiting for an actual clothing company to reach out to me, not to make a shitty hoodie with logos on it. I want Nike or Under Armour or Adidas or anybody to reach out to me and say, Rax, do you want to help us design a gaming hoodie, which is something that you wear indoors for people that just like the comfort of a hoodie? Yeah, I want to help you design one. If that happens, I'll sell that one. Until that happens, I'm not going to do it myself. I don't have the passion for it. You want the hoodie to fit above your headphones. See, that's another thing. The hoodie's got to fit the headphones. And it should have way more padding right here, because you're usually sitting in a chair with your elbows on an armrest. So it should have way more padding there, for example. It needs to have more padding here, but not look like it has more padding here. Because if it looks like it, then it looks like shit. So it needs to have the padding without actually looking like it. Anyway, we'll see if that ever happens, but another thing about such a hoodie is it needs to not be thermal. It needs to not be super, super hot. You're already sitting next to a very, very hot computer in the comfort of your own home. It's probably a normal temperature. It needs to be very, very soft and not thermal.
That would just make life complicated.
Anyway, I could make a godly hoodie if only any of the companies would work with me. Wolfie, thank you so much for the prime. You were a graphical artist on the PlayStation 1 version of Diablo 1? Hell yeah. What country did you start in? You said you moved to the UK. Where did you start? What do I do off stream? Hang out with Sarah and Callie, watch movies. Honestly, play more games. I'm a loser. That's going good, Boiler. I got to Act 6 a million years ago. We watched the Zizarin interview. It's going good. My character feels powerful, but we haven't done Detonate Dead yet. I'll probably hang it up here, guys. I'm gonna go eat. I'm starving. It's 7 p.m. But let's continue this tomorrow. Let's get to Detonate Dead and play with it a little bit, and then I'll probably do another run. And this time, the next run, I'll turn on the timer. Now that I have even the slightest clue what the hell I'm doing, we should be able to go significantly faster. Hopefully twice as fast next time. No, guys. Thank you. So many people are willing to help me. I'm starting to figure it out a little bit. I mean, I learned today. So when we do it tomorrow, hopefully I'll make less mistakes. Thank you, though. All right. Let's raid somebody here. Why don't we raid... Who should we raid? Why don't we raid Fubgun? I haven't raided Fubgun in a while. Let's see what he's doing. He raided me once in last Epoch, so I owe him. You like Fub? All right. Thank you so much for being here, guys. Tomorrow, let's get this character to playing Detonate Dead, and then let's make a new character and do it again. But much faster. Thank you so much for everything, guys. And I'll see you tomorrow, all right? Appreciate you. GG's.